Thank you for listening to Rhythm and Pixels Radio. We're so bad at this.
Alright, back again. Next day on a Thursday. And today looks like we're going to be finishing off trial number 5, which would also conclude off the first half of the Great Ace Attorney game. So I was thinking before that I might want to take a small break in between the two halves of the Ace Attorneys. Nothing super long, more like just a week, just to, break it up a little bit. I will probably be doing Mega Man over the weekend as usual anyway, the Battle Network game over the weekend. I was thinking I should either continue to do Mega Man next week and get the game done, but I also had another intrusive idea. One of those very lovely ideas that kind of leaks into your brain and now it's kind of stuck in there and now I really want to try doing it. I said before that I never really looked at a lot of the content mods made for Skyrim. And I kind of want to do that. So I might take like a week break in between the Ace Attorney to do some Skyrim. And then go back to Ace Attorney and finish off the other half of the game. And then maybe do the Skyrim stuff during the weekend when Mega Man's done. And I have the time on the weekend because I want to go through, especially since it's been so many years now. I want to go through the list of different mods for Skyrim, and I want to pull out any of them that are like large quest chains or like full content add-ons. I know there's like a bunch of ones that take you to like different areas of Tamriel. I don't know if I want to do all of those. Maybe just find some of the real good content ones, including like large quest chains and do dungeons and stuff like that and put them in. And then kind of do like a little bit of a role play through the Skyrim game and just kind of wing it. Do whatever, just do whatever. Try to follow a role or a class or something like that. And then just try to find all the new content and give it a shot, along with doing some of the old stuff without really having any goals besides just kind of doing the the different content and just kind of winging it and just, role playing, which I already have an idea of what I actually want to do. So that's what I've been thinking about. I even re-downloaded Skyrim like right before stream, which is why I'm like 15 minutes late. So I think that might be a fun thing to faff around with, to separate out this half of the Ace Attorney, which once again, it will only be like a week before I get right back into this, because this is super interesting and fun to do. So I don't really want to take that big of a break, but I want to make it where I'm not doing like 4 or 5, 3-4 hours of just constant talking every single stream, besides the Mega Mans on the weekend, because even those aren't every weekend anyway. So, and I'll actually be taking a break again. Not like a streaming break, but like tomorrow, I probably won't be streaming unless I do it super early, which maybe I'll do anyway. And then it'll end up being Mega Man, but we'll see. Or maybe I'll start Skyrim tomorrow. Who the fuck knows? I don't fucking know. Anyway, it's time. Let's get the game up. Let's finish off the first half of The Great Ace Attorney. Also, I noticed the game is now opening normally again and not taking like a good 3 minutes to open up. I don't know why sometimes Steam games do that. And it's only some Steam games. Not even all of them. Some of them just open up no problem every time. So don't know what's causing that, but looks like we're all back to normal. Alright, so last we left off in the trial, we did the same thing that we've done in almost every other case. We have determined that there was another person at the scene of the crime that was not originally said to be there at the beginning of the trial, and we have gotten that new person there. However, the game has been doing some actually very nice things with the story. There was something that I called out. There was Sherlock Holmes' assistant Iris has a device that is supposed to make bloodstains of a person appear as a different color. So we have been using that to determine whose bloodstains is whose. However, there's an issue with that is, well, in my own mind, at some point you're going to run out of colors, or like how many infinite grades of colors are there? And second, this is some kind of like magical MacGuffin that we made up for the case. How is this allowed in trial? And that in fact was brought up in the case that says, hey, this seems like it's kind of magic bullshit. We're not going to let this work. We'll entertain the idea that this guy might be there. Let's interview him. And it turns out we found more information pointing out that he was there, and that's why he's in. However, we still don't have anything assuring us that the blood device and any inferences we've made from assuming that this device is real, is not admissible in court as evidence, which has been really nice. Because I feel like in other Ace Attorney games, they kind of just would have went with it and been like, oh yeah, of course this device does exactly what you told us it does. But now they're actually kind of skeptical. Like and also I said about the judge, how this is kind of like one of the smartest judges we've ever had. Like the judge actually kind of obeys a little bit of like law instead of just winging it. Like it's been very nice. But anyway, let's pick up where we were. So we have finally after ascertaining that there was a third person, the guy on the right here, who was there earlier in the store, we have proven that he was there again. Not yet on the scene of the crime, but we'll get him there eventually. Pin him at the scene of the crime. But we have finally called Gina, the defendant, to the stand to get her testimony because, we did all the other faffing about, and now we finally get to the real meat and potatoes, Gina's testimony about what happened that day. Yeah, because like in some of the other Ace Attorneys, the judge is almost always on the prosecution side. But this time, the judge is kind of like, hey, wait a minute here. The guy was like, I think we need to end the court case now. This should all just get out of here for foolishness. And he goes, wait a minute. Nope, I'm going to deny you on that one. I actually kind of want to see where the defense is going with this. Instead of like, no, well, I guess the prosecution said, yeah, there you go. I guess not. I'm going to need 5 more pieces of evidence to let me know that I can actually do this thing. The article that Mr. McGildet had deposited in Windibank's pawnbrokery are intimately related with the omnibus case, the trial of which was heard in the courtroom 2 months ago. Yes, And I remember this young lady being brought before me in the trial as well. That's right, my lord. Her testimony helped to establish the innocence of the defendant, Mr. McGilded. The omnibus case was intriguing, to say the least. Oh, also, I had some ideas about what's going on. Van Zieks is been very aggressive towards us, and my guess is that the Chief Justice, this guy, is that Mael Strongheart, the Lord Chief Justice. I think he's corrupt in some way, possibly, or he's in on some kind of hidden agenda, because Van Zieks has only shown up in cases that we have been the defense of. And the very first case, Strongheart made us defend. Oh, he's not here. Mr. McGilded. And he said it would be very easy. The Mr. McGilded got off because McGilded faked evidence, so he almost knew he was going to get off. So it kind of feels like Strongheart was setting us up to be his defense, because if something went wrong, we're just a Japanese guy who's not even a real lawyer yet. Oh well, sucks to suck. And Van Zieks has kind of homed in on that case to just kind of like staring at us. That you can open up the dossier at any point is huge. Yeah, being able to actually just look at this besides when the game wants me to look at it is very neat. But the so I think, and every time we try a case, Van Zieks shows up. Now the reason for this is I think that Strongheart had us defend McGilded just so he had like deniable plausibility. Oh look, this new guy who's not even a real lawyer from Japan is defending him. Yada yada yada. So now Van Zieks thinks that we're in league with Strongheart. So every time we defend a case, Van Zieks probably thinks it's under because of Strongheart that we're doing it. So Van Zieks is probably keep showing up just to kind of spite us, because he's probably on to whatever's going on here, or he's suspicious of something. And now he's also suspicious of us as well. That's my feeling. So there's probably going to be some point where Van Zieks realizes that we're not in league with Strongheart or whatever nefarious thing he thinks. And Van Zieks will be on our side at some point. Well, he'll be like, wait a minute. You mean you're not in league with them, purposely getting these people off? Because right now in the trial, he wants us to bring back the McGilded case. Because I think he wants to try to get us trapped in admitting that we defended a guilty man. And he doesn't understand that we are fine with that. We actually feel guilty that we defended a guilty man. And he used his lies, and we helped him use his lies to get off, even though he died afterwards. So I have a feeling that we're going to go through this trial. We're going to expose the truth of the third trial that we did with Mr. McGilded, and Van Zieks is going to be like, wait a minute, you're actively throwing this under the bus? I thought you wouldn't do that. And then he might have a realization or something, but we'll figure it out. I also had a feeling that this guy is their brother, but I'm not sure if he's their third brother. I think it might be their third. This might be their third brother. I think this might be Skulkin. It might be another Skulkin. Or sorry, it's Sulky Skulkin. That's what this guy's name is. Sulky Skulkin. Don't you mean throwing him under the omnibus? True. I also had an idea that Mikotoba, or Sasato, went back to Japan because she said her father was ill. But I don't think that's true. I think she's in league maybe with Strongheart, sneaking information back. But Who knows? This might even be where we're suddenly suspicious of Strongheart of being evil. And it turns out, no, actually, I was super duper undercover trying to get the super ring of international thieves and do-batters. And it's tied to the case of the Hound of the Baskervilles, which is why Sasato knew about it. And it's because of that case that he's getting involved, and it's tied to the first case with that one lady killing Iris's father. So there's definitely a lot of connections between all the cases, and I am very interested to see how they are played out. Anyway, the omnibus case was intriguing, to say the least. And now, here we all are again, the same players in that trial facing each other once more. A twist of fate, perhaps, my Nymphony's friend. Allow me to recap the events 2 months ago. An old brickmaker was stabbed to death in an omnibus running along London's winter streets. Apart from the victim, there was only one other person in the carriage, Mr. McGilded. Naturally, he was the prime suspect for the murder. But as the trial progressed, another possibility emerged, that the murder in fact took place above the defendant's head on the roof deck. With the body then being dropped through the skylight into the carriage below. It was Miss Lestrade whose testimony brought that possibility to light. At the time of the incident, Miss Lestrade was concealed under a seat in the carriage, hoping to pick the pockets of unsuspecting passengers. Unless, of course, they sat right on top of where she was. Then, immediately after the trial, that's the one thing I don't get. How would hiding underneath the seat let you pickpocket them? If they sat across from you, then they could easily see you coming out of the bench. But if they sat on top of you, then you can't get them off to pickpocket them. And the latch in the door only opened from up top of the omnibus. So it's not like you could have lifted open the latch and pickpocketed someone on the top. So I don't understand how she was going to pickpocket someone unless she was going to be sitting in the coach picking their pocket while sitting next to them. But then why was she inside? So that's the only thing I don't get. That doesn't make sense. It's like, how is she supposed to pick anyone's pockets? Trust me, if they were like us who die when we fall asleep, it would have been perfect if they didn't sit right there. And just passed out in the middle of the thing. Anyway, then immediately after the trial, having been acquitted of the murder, Mr. McGilded died in this very courtroom, in the most extraordinary circumstances. A mystery that remains unsolved even now, 2 months on, as indeed does the omnibus murder itself. Happy as it may. I recall neither the disc nor the small box being mentioned in this course of the proceedings. Miss Lestrade, would you tell the court now, please, what really happened in the omnibus 2 months ago, I mean? I don't know what you mean. I already said all of what I know. And what about everything you told us yesterday from inside your prison cell? Please, Miss Lestrade, this is extremely important. But remember, little girl, if it transpires that you willfully withheld information in the trial 2 months ago, the Home Office will seek to prosecute you for perjury. And naturally, you will lose all credibility as a witness. Although, let's face facts, you have little credibility to lose.
Ginny, don't listen to him. Please, you have to trust Runo now. The Iris, we're on your side.
Alright then, I'll talk. It's the right choice, Gina. Well, it would seem that my learned friend is hell-bent on bringing the entire courtroom down about his ears. So be it. I must confess that I'm struggling to understand what on earth is happening here.
However, it would appear that Mr. McGilded pawned the articles that the extraordinary case of the omnibus harbor secrets of which have been hitherto unaware. So, Miss Lestrade, you will now give your testimony before the court about the events 2 months ago. You will reveal the truth, a commodity sorely lacking in your original statements.
This is it then. Everything's going to come out. Like Van Zeke said. This could bring the whole courtroom down about my ears. But as a lawyer, I'm prepared to take that risk. The real truth of the omnibus case. I mean, honestly, in that first case, McGilded said he fell asleep in it. That does remind me of you, Stormpike. The way he said he was out the entire time and didn't notice anything until a loud bang.
The truth is that Brickmaker Cove was in the cabin in the omnibus the old time. When the Irishman dragged me out from under the seat, I saw the disc on the floor. All of a sudden, I heard a scream from over my head, and a pair of the roof deck went off to call the cops. The swaps. That's when McGilded slipped the driver some tin to do a run with the pawnbroker around about. He threatened me not to snitch, not to say nothing to no one about what I'd seen or heard.
Good grief, this is outrageous. What you just told the court bears almost no resemblance to your testimony 2 months ago.
As you say, my lord. Meanwhile, my dumbass wakes up for fucking everything.
Then, there's every chance I may have adjudicated an error in McGilded's trial. It sounds very much to me as like every man deliberately deceived in court, in an effort to cover up the most wicked of schemes.
Without doubt, your lordship is correct. A great injustice was done in this courtroom 2 months ago. The actions of the accused in the trial, of this witness, and of my learned friend are entirely inexcusable.
I don't believe it.
The whole trial was a farce. It was all lies.
That McGilded fellow was rotten to the core, just like the pickpocket. Don't forget that lawyer from the east. They were all on it together. You're wrong. The lot of ya. Mr. Nara Oda.
Once again, I swear to God, a Deep Space Nine trial game like this would go hard.
Mr. Nara Oda, the lawyer there, didn't know nothing about it.
Humbug!
I don't think so. Are we really expected to believe that?
He really stitched everyone up, didn't he? What an operation to get the man off scot-free.
Unforgivable. Stop. The lies have to stop. Stop. Yes, the defense made a terrible error of judgment. I intend to take full responsibility and suffer whatever consequences are deemed appropriate. However, it's imperative that the court allows a witness to elaborate on her testimony. I mean, what are they really going to get you with? I listened to the testimony and I followed everything that was given, and it turns out that I was lied to at every step of the way and that evidence was faked and I had no fucking idea. Although I should have had an idea, but I didn't. Because the true significance of McGilded's pawned articles must be brought to light. Very well, my learned student friend. Huh? Given the depths of calamity you have just plunged yourself into, this may be well worth hearing.
Court fail me. The situation is utterly deplorable. Mr. Naruto.
Yes, my lord?
I will decide upon your fate following the conclusion of this trial.
Of course, my lord.
Brimey, Mr. Naruto.
Now, counsel, proceed with the cross-examination.
The real truth of the omnibus case.
Truth is that Brickmaker Cove was in the cabin on the omnibus the old time.
Hold it!
And you were hiding in the cabin at the time as well, weren't you, Miss Lestrade? If I remember rightly, in the storage compartment underneath one of the seats.
Yeah, that's right. It's pitch black under there, so you can't see nothing at all.
Now, in your testimony 2 months ago, I feel certain that you claimed Mr. McGilded was in the sole passenger, did you not?
False testimony, my lord.
That's what you told me to say. That's what you told me I had to say.
But it's important that you tell us the truth now. Were Mr. McGilded and the victim acquaintances?
I don't know. But I did hear him talking a lot.
And what were they talking about?
Well, I couldn't hear too well, but if I had to say, I think it was about money or something. They kept talking about buying and not buying.
Perhaps business dealings of some kind.
Well, anyway, they got louder and louder. It started to sound like a proper fight. I was pretty scared by then. I hardly dared to breathe. And then all of a sudden, I heard a noise like something kneeling over on the floor. It was a bloomin' loud and all.
And I believe you let out an involuntary scream.
Yeah, that's what gave me away. When the Irishman dragged me out from under the seat, I saw that disc on the floor.
Hold it!
Was the disc you saw this disc?
Yeah, I reckon it probably was. It was right next to the cove lying on the floor.
Will this disc have belonged to the victim, perhaps?
I don't know, but McGilded picked it up pretty smartish. And then he sat in the cove with the knife, his belly up on the seat.
What did he say to you at that time?
He told me not to say a word about what I'd seen or heard to no one. About the disc and all. I was dead scared. The way he was looking at me, I thought, if I didn't go along with it, I'd get stuck with that knife too.
Oh.
Then he started asking me a load of questions, like what my name was and where I lived and that. He asked me about being the driver too.
But after a while, what had happened in the carriage was noticed.
Yeah, that's right. First there was a kind of rapping noise. All of a sudden I heard a scream from over my head and a pair on the roof deck went off to call the slopes.
Hold it!
There were two gentlemen occupying the seats of the roof deck, I believe.
That's right. They must have looked down to the skylight and noticed the cove with me with the knife in his guts. When they screamed, the driver pulled up the horses and McGilded got out of my sight.
Out of sight? Where?
Back under the seat where I started off. Once the carriage came to an halt, the two cows on the roof ran off to fetch the slopes.
If they immediately left to fetch the police, it would appear they were entirely unrelated to the incident.
Oh.
So that left McGilded, the driver, and you still at the scene.
Yeah, only the driver didn't know I was there because I was under the seat. I heard the cabin door open and a voice from outside.
A driver? Yes. He also testified at the trial, I believe. A fellow who went by the name of Beppo, if memory serves.
What did McGilded and the driver say to each other?
I don't know what happened, and stuff like that mainly. That's when McGilded slipped in the driver some tin to do a run at the pawn shop or roundabout.
Hold it!
Hey, Iceland, how's it going? That pawn shop obviously being Windibanks on Baker Street.
Just a moment, counsel. Do you mean to tell me? A driver gave false testimony at the trial as well.
Perhaps the exclusion to the pawnbrokery slipped his mind when he was in the stand.
Indeed, von Van Zeeks.
McGilded took off his coat and gave it to the driver. He folded it up all careful like, and before handing it over. When I saw him do that, I remember thinking, that coat and what it's got to be gotta be worth a few bob.
Yes, Gina was sure the disc would be worth more than Mr. Windibank was suggesting, wasn't she? I remember her quibbling with him over the price that afternoon in the pawnbrokery.
The driver looked pretty happy when McGilded flashed some brass in his face. He went running off with a lick. And then the bog trucker called me over and told me to come out from the drag's cabin. He threatened me not to snitch, not to say nothing to no one about what I'd seen or heard.
Hold it!
Threatened you how exactly?
He told me I'd only be able to scrape her if I did exactly what he said.
Which included giving false testimony in court 2 months ago.
Yeah, that's it. And there's one more thing he said.
Which was?
He told me I'd have to hang on to the ticket from the pawn shop and make sure not to lose it.
The ticket? Well, I never.
Said that if he didn't show up and get the ticket off me before 2 months had passed, I had to go to the pawn shop and pay the money to keep it in lug, to stop it from being forfeited. He left me with some brass to pay for it.
But really? Why on earth would Mr. McGildet have done such a thing? Depositing his overcoat with the pawnbroker before the arrival of the police? It makes no sense at all.
There would seem to be only one logical explanation, my lord. That McGildet had the driver deposited at Windibanks was something he didn't want the police to see. Something very important that he needed to hide at all costs.
Anyway, after that, he let me go, so I legged it before the copper showed up.
Okay. The small box is probably going to be the music box that plays with the disc. There's probably nothing inside it but the machinery to make it be a music box. Alright, that's my guess. Well done, Gina. I can't believe it's easy for you to tell the truth like that.
Jeannie's really put her faith in you, Bruno.
Yes. And to thank her, she'll have to face the charge of perjury once this trial's over. So I need to use the time I have now to get as much information out of her as possible.
It's time to really go for it. Press her in every statement.
I suppose I should.
Oh, and another thing.
What's that?
Take a look at those two. Isn't it strange that they've been whispering to each other the entire time?
Yeah, that is strange. It looks like they're having a secret discussion about something. I'm not sure I'm completely comfortable with that. I wonder if there's anything I can do about it. Alright, so am I supposed to go over these again and see if I can get them to have a second reaction to call them to? Because I've already pressed them on each statement. Unless I missed one. If I press this one again, will I get anything different? Unless I'm supposed to whip something out. Am I supposed to show that this is the ticket with the blood on it? I don't want to lose any more pips, though. But it's not really being brought up. I don't know what I would use. I'm not trying to catch her in any testimony. I'm trying to get her to say something that catches the other two's attention. Like, it's not like I'm going to whip this out and say, was this the disc that was in there?
Hold it!
Threatened you how exactly? Yeah, told me I'd... Yeah, I basically think I gotta sit through this until the other two react, finally. So it's like that other case where I had to do it twice in a row. Was that... No, that ding wasn't them having an exclamation mark, was it? That I missed over? That was just them doing a... I guess I'll just press everything again, just in case.
Hold it!
And I guess if I just brought it over to them, it wouldn't matter when I did it. Like, can I just interrupt them?
Excuse me. Is there something you'd like to share with the court, Inspector Gregson and Mr. Graydon? Inspector, Mr. Graydon!
Gah! Blimey, you're trying to give me a heart attack?
You have been whispering to each other for quite some time now. Tell us, what is the discussion about?
Discussion? With this fellow? Pull the other one, sunshine. You think I've got anything you talk about with a shady gent like this?
And I have nothing to say to this uncouth detective after he deprived me of that disc that was rightfully mine. But they've clearly been talking this entire time. I've been cross-examining Gina. It's as if they've been negotiating.
Thank you, Mr. Strahd. Thank you, Counsel. I've heard enough. I believe we now have a reasonable understanding of... Okay, I just had to literally just interrupt them. Alright. Understanding of what actually transpired on the omnibus?
It would appear that the night 2 months ago, a negotiation was taking place on the omnibus. A negotiation concerning this disc. However, matters did not run smoothly. When the parties involved began to quarrel over the price, McGildy took what he wanted by force, at the expense of the other man's life.
Which proves my point. The disc is clearly extremely valuable in some way. Although, I don't understand why as yet.
And 2 days ago, precisely 2 months after the omnibus incident, McGildy's coat and its contents were due to be forfeited. I don't know what I should do with the ticket. I mean, the cove died right after his trial. I knew that. So you decided you would try to clean the articles as your own. Well, why not, eh? They were only going to be forfeited. Why should I have gotten them? Anyway, you can't blame me for thinking about it. Thinking ain't no crime.
Mr. Strahd, it would appear Mr. McGildy was prepared to kill in order to take possession of this disc. Do you know why that would be?
Yeah? I ain't got a clue. But I reckon it must be worth a fair bit of brass. He was probably going to sell it. And you can't blame me for thinking that. Thinking ain't no crime.
My lord.
Evidence your lordship requested has been located and is ready for the court's inspection, sir.
The mysterious little box deposited by McGildy 2 months ago. There's no doubt in my mind that it's the key piece to this far-reaching puzzle. To be continued right now. Like I said, my guess is it plays music. It's the box that plays the disc.
So, this is the article in question, is it? A small box deposited with the pawnbroker by McGildy 2 months ago.
And on the night of the Mr. Windibank's murder, the only item on the shelves that was touched by whoever broke into the shop.
Quick, quick, let's open it and see what's inside.
Yeah. Okay.
Good gracious, this is no ordinary box, it seems.
Wow. Although, in truth, I had an inkling it might be the case.
It would appear that the box houses a miniature music box movement.
Then, it is too much to expect.
I think it would be reasonable to assume that this is the device for the playback of the disc, my lord.
So, here we have the means to play back Mr. McGildy's disc, deposited at Windibank's, at much the same time.
Not strictly correct, my lord. It was not McGildy's disc. It was the disc of his victim in the omnibus.
But why, for heaven's sake? Are we to understand that the brickmaker was trying to sell this music box disc to Mr. McGildy?
I believe the answer will become clear if we listen to the music on the disc, my lord.
Yes, very well. Let the court now listen to this curious disc at last.
Wait, my lord!
Good grief. What is the meaning of this, Inspector?
The music box and the disc are, well, they're unrelated to the case. No need to spoil the somber atmosphere of the courtroom with some silly bit of music.
This disc may very well have motivated the culprit in the case to commit murder. Clearly, there's every chance that if it's fundamentally important to the understanding of what happened. The prosecution has no objection.
But no! That piece of evidence is police property.
Clearly, Scotland Yard... Well, lost his voice instantly. Clearly, Scotland Yard has some vested interest here. But it is policy of the prosecutor to leave no avenues unexplored. And you, Inspector, have no jurisdiction here to prevent that from happening.
Grah!
No further delays, please. Play the disc.
Oh, it's a coded message. The communications lady's gonna... Okay. It's Morse code.
What on earth? That's certainly not what I would call music.
That was my favorite advertisements in the 90s. That's not what I would call music. No. It's just the same note playing over and over again in an irregular sequence.
Oh. Mr. Graydon.
This really is priceless. After all that, the music box... Oh, he's lying his ass off now. After all that, the music box is broken.
Broken?
Can't be, can it? Well, obviously. In fact, I wouldn't be surprised if the officer sent to fetch it didn't drop it on the way back to the courtroom.
Well, with much regret, I feel the court must accept this new music box offers little to very way of clues. Are you ready to move on, counsel?
Come on. Yes, alright. It does sound as though it's completely broken. But, is it? Could the music emanating from the music box possibly be a new clue? It's obviously a clue. I believe that it could be relevant, my lord.
Good lord, but how can that be? It's an abomination, counsel. Mere noise. I fail to see how it can have any meaning whatsoever.
It does sound strange, I agree. But there's one thing bothering me. While Graydon stands there chortling victoriously, the inspector beside him has a rather telling expression on his face. It's as if Gregson recognizes the sound, as if he's familiar with it somehow. And that's making him appear extremely on edge. If that is the stance of the defense, my Nipponese friend, answer me this. Oh? Just what relevance do you propose this woeful chiming has on this case? It's the defendant's belief that the sound emanating from this music box is broken and unusual genre music, not supposed to be music. It's just because this is a music box, it doesn't necessarily mean the sound we're hearing are music. Look at that. The smile vanished from Graydon's lips as soon as I said it. I'm on the right lines here. I must be. I'm honestly surprised the juror isn't overreacting. Hee, making deductions based on how people react to what you say. You're acting like Hurley, Runo.
Objection!
The sound we are hearing aren't necessarily music. Well, now that you told us what they are not. I'm sure the court would like to hear what they are. To enlighten us, my Nipponese friend.
Huh? Well,
Surely you have an idea in mind, because if not, it will be the death of your little ill-informed argument.
Exactly. The music box is clearly broken. Refusing to accept that fact is pure foolishness. They've got me. I don't know what the answer is yet.
Bruno, I've just examined the music box very thoroughly. Somehow, while standing over here, I used my telescopic lens in my visor, or the judge wasn't looking, and I went right over and looked at it. I'm fairly certain that it's not broken at all.
Really?
Really, the way it's been made, it can only produce a single note anyway.
Thank you, Iris. It's not a music box, it's a decoder. Alright. Well, if the music box isn't broken, it must mean that the sound it's producing has some significance that isn't musical. Ah, could it be? Is that what these sounds are?
Something just struck me, Bruno. I feel like recently, in the past few hours even, I've heard another sound very much like the one this music box makes.
Yes, it's a familiar sound. Actually, Iris, I was just thinking exactly the same thing. I'm going to have to press the defense for an answer. If your assertion that that sound produced by this music box is not in fact music at all, then what the devil is it, Counsel? All the evidence we've seen so far, all the testimony we've heard, is all pointing to one single answer now.
The prosecution demands that my learned Nipponese friend present proof now. Tangible proof of this latest wild speculation.
Alright then. This could be the best chance I'm going to get to fight back in this trial. And if I'm right, I'm going to join all the dots together. And dashes, if you will. The evidence that explains the true nature of the sound in this music box of the disc is...
Evidence that shows it? Do we have evidence? If we showed the I want to show this to one of the jurors.
There's a sensational story lower down the front page as well. You look. Ministry Mole. Classified secrets have been leaked overseas from Ministry of Justice. For a 10-year-old, certainly. Yeah, here we go.
Perhaps this is what Lord Strongheart was talking about yesterday. Yes, it could be. It's an explanation why Grexy's been running the pillar to post at the moment. But is the newspaper the evidence I'm supposed to show?
I guess so. Nothing else would really fit.
Take that!
Although this shouldn't be in the newspaper. Today's paper, Counsel. The headline is Pawnbroker Perishes and Pick Purse Plunder. Hardly supportive of your cause.
No, my lord. I was hoping you'd look a little further down the page.
Further down. Ministry Mole. Classified secrets have been leaked overseas from Ministry of Justice. Yes, this is a very serious matter, being investigated at the highest level, I understand.
I have heard that the international transmissions along supposedly secure lines are somehow being intercepted. And I leaked to various other countries.
And presumably, those transmissions are in the form of wired telegrams?
Of course.
Juror number 5. Okay, yeah. Your input, please.
Stop. Oh, me, sir? Whatever is the matter?
You told the court before that you worked at the same communication station as Mr. Graydon, did you not?
Yes, that's correct.
And the particular station where you work deals with government communications and newspaper reports.
Oh, yes. We're not your run-of-the-mill communication station at all. Our work is extremely important.
Then tell me, is this not very familiar sound?
Huh. You don't mean to say. Is it?
That's right, madam. It bears more than a passing resemblance to the sound made by your telegraph machine as you tap it.
I believe it's called Morse code. But I don't believe it. How do you not believe it? Haven't you been listening to it as we were literally doing this? Now, correct me if I'm wrong, but when it comes to leaking telegrams from government departments, there could be nobody more perfectly placed than a highly skilled communications officer. Are you suggesting that the music box disc contains stolen government secrets and Morse code? Although, if Mrs. Sato was on this case, she would have probably been the one to bring it up. She would have been like, oh, I've heard of this before. And she would have pulled it up and she would have said, I can tell you what this is. I'm honestly surprised they didn't force Iris to tell us it's Morse code. And she didn't say it right away. I'm glad they let us work it out instead of letting Iris just tell us. Order! Order!
Please, everyone, order! But this is the highest treason council, deserving of capital punishment.
Too much no vocabulary. What is this treason? And what is capital punishment?
The sorts of words I'd have expect you to know.
For our sovereign governments, confidential information, hostile nations would surely pay most any price.
Yes. And on that night, 2 months ago, that was very negotiation that was taking place inside the omnibus.
But in the end, McGilded perished, and the all-important disc lay unclaimed in the pawnbrokery.
My word.
In which case, whoever stole the information in the first place must surely have been beside himself with worry. Because if the disc would be discovered before it was found its way out of the country,
It would reveal an act of high treason, punishable by death.
so the culprit had no choice but to retrieve it. And in order to do that, he would have to gain entry to the pawnbrokery illegally in the middle of the night. Because the article left behind by Mr. McGilded would incriminate him too much if he got in the wrong hands. Isn't that right, Mr. Graydon? You think I've been stealing government secrets? Preposterous. Absolutely preposterous.
So, in response to defense's accusation, you claim complete innocence, do you not?
Well, of course I do. I've had to stand here in silence while that pretentious foreign lawyer has been prattling away.
Objection!
Then by all means, counter the charges, sir. The prosecution demands the witness testifies in response to the accusations brought by the defense.
Delighted, I'm sure.
The witness was reminded that the crime under the scrutiny in the trial is the murder of the pawnbroker, Mr. Windibank. That being a most litigious offense, for which the law of this land sanctions a capital punishment. But the heinous act of high treason is no less a serious crime. I urge you to bear that in mind as you testify, Mr. Graydon. So then, let us proceed. You may...
You gonna let us have a rabbit and poke here, Gov? We got things to say.
I beg your pardon. Who do you think you are?
Name's Nash Skulkin. Occupation is professional baddie. Name's Ringo Skulkin, but we ain't baddies enough to sell out our motherland. That's right. We what they call
Okay, maybe he's not their brother.
the Three Skulkin brothers.
Bad timing, fellas. Very bad timing.
Okay. A mere communications officer couldn't possibly steal confidential government information. Besides, the sound produced by that music box aren't even Morse code. It was some low-class brickmaker negotiating with McGilded anyway, was it not? I've no relation to the man.
Look at what we... look, all we done is break into the Gaffin the other night like what he told us to do. If we'd known we was dodgy government secrets involved, we wouldn't have touched it.
Mr. Skulkin?
Well, Mr. will do, Governor. What's up?
Do I take it that you now admit to the crime? That on the night in question, you did gain entry to the premises illegally. And moreover, you did so on Party of 3 in a collaboration with Mr. Graydon here.
We did, Gov. We did.
Quiet down, please. What say you to that, Mr. Graydon?
I have no idea what these two ruffians are referring to. You little rotter, getting us mixed up with all this monkey business? You never said nothing about no government secrets. It was supposed to be straight up job. Yeah, what about the geezer whose shop it was, eh? Poor old bloke didn't have to die, did he? Nice to know who your friends are. Whatever these men say, I deny the accusations.
Indeed. Well, I certainly wasn't expecting this little music box to become so significant in the proceedings. However, as I have it, it will admit to the court record as evidence.
A small music box has been entered in the court record. Oh, what is it, Runo? I've just noticed something about this music box. It looks like the bottom of it opens up as well. Ah, you're right. Well, come on then. What are you waiting for? Let's open it. Alright then, here goes. Look at that. Look at that. Another movement under the underside. So, does that mean you can set another disc to play back on this side? Yes, I think so. And it looks like the two movements are linked together. They're linked. So if you had two discs, they would both play back at the same time. It's like a 3D effect of sound. One day they'll call it stereo. If you had two discs, they would both play back at the same time. Alright, so now we need to get the second disc and then play them both together and we hear it stereoscopically. God damn it, game. Alright. We're so back. We're so... A mere communications officer couldn't possibly steal confidential governmental information. Hold it! Wait, where the fuck's the mouse? That must have been earlier you said mouse alert, because the mouse is currently on my second monitor. I can clearly see it. So, is this newspaper headline accurate? Government communications are being intercepted? How could I possibly know? What do you mean by that? Any important government communications are handled by high-level officers, by specialists. General members of staff in the station where I work will never be entrusted with sensitive information. Oh no, stop. Must say something, stop. Let me guess. Juror number 5. We regular communication officers aren't as lowly as you're being led to believe. A team of us are responsible for setting up and testing the telegraphs used by the ministry, and Mr. Graydon is the team leader. That's fascinating. Graydon is highly skilled operator, stop. Currently in presence of idols, stop.
Oh, so you had access to the equipment used in these confidential communications, Mr. Graydon?
Well, what of it? The transmissions are always made behind closed doors, so they can't be heard. In any case, all messages are sent in ciphered. Normal employees couldn't possibly understand them. Oh no, stop. Must say something, stop. Mr. Graydon regularly attends meetings with ministry technicians and the ministry communications team. He assists them in ensuring that there are no errors in important internal communications. and he's received the top prize for his cipher cracking convention 5 years in a row. That's more than fascinating, bro. That's incriminating. Graydon is highly skilled operator. Stop. Currently in presence of idol. Stop. Well, your idol would appreciate it if you keep your mouth. What? Oh my god. What are the initials on that cane? Does he have thrice fried Mason's cane on him? Anyway. Well, your idol would appreciate it if you keep your mouth shut. She should really pick her idols more carefully. I tell you, this lawyer's accusations are completely unfounded. Besides, the sounds produced by that music box aren't even Morse code.
Hold it!
They're not. To anyone with a brain, that would be blatantly apparent on listening to that music box for even a few seconds. Okay, good. Good. Because this now explains why the second half of the box. This also makes me feel a lot better that Iris and the fifth juror didn't initially have a reaction just pointing out that it's Morse code. Because you need the second half. It's encrypted. Okay. Surely it can be that my learned friend is unfamiliar with Morse code. Ouch. He looks genuinely shocked at my ignorance. Ha 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 ha. It would be more than happy to demonstrate the basics for you, sir. A lesson? Here in court? Morse code is a continuous series of two distinct tones. Tones, you say? Yes. A short dot and a long dash. By combining these in different ways, you construct letters. I see. For example, this is A, and this is B. But when you listen to the sound produced by this music box, you only hear one tone, don't you? But it sounds so similar, the rhythm of it is the same as everything. But there's no discernible meaning to this apparently random sequence of sounds. So your assertion is fundamentally flawed. This is not Morse code. No! Really, you shouldn't be surprised. What did I tell you? That music box is nothing but a worthless piece of scrap. Perhaps you might consider studying your subject matter before casting aspersions in the future. Ugh, stop. Nothing to say but stop.
Oh, it's so frustrating, isn't it?
Iris?
I mean, if the government secrets were somehow being leaked using the music box, so many other things would set into place so nicely.
Could there be still something I haven't considered? Would it really be impossible to use a music box somehow to play back Morse code? No! I didn't mean to hit. No! I didn't mean to do that. No! I didn't mean to do that. Fuck. God damn it. The defense will concede the music box is irrelevant for the time being. No, motherfucker, no! No, For the time being, such optimism. Too debonair to admit defeat, are we? Ugh, those gesticulations are really starting to gyrate. They're really starting to grate.
Huh, it can't be Morse code unless it has two distinct tones.
Perhaps I should examine that music box in a little more detail. I know, I didn't mean that. Fucking Christ. No, we're going back to this.
Hold it!
There is still every possibility this music box was instrumental in leaking of government secrets. At the belief of the defense.
Objection!
Does it please you in some way? My Nimplene's friend. Repeat the same line of argument ad infinitum. It's already been established that the Morse code, 2 tones are required, dots and the dashes.
Yes, I'm aware of that.
Then what?
Well, it would appear the defense has a hypothesis to put forward. You had better present your idea at once, counsel. How do you propose that this music box, which appears to produce only a single tone, could possibly use to decipher secret messages in the Morse code?
I've just noticed something about the... Yeah, I know. I've already sat through this.
Oh, you're right. It opens up. Yada, 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 yeah. Alright, we're still sit through it. There we go. I do like the fact that they took the stereoscopic pictures and they tied it in with sound. That's a very nice touch.
Got it!
Good gracious, what am I looking at here? Another movement on the underside of the music box?
What?
It appears, my lord, that the 2 movements are linked together. In other words, you can put 2 discs in the music box, and the sounds of both will play back at the same time.
Good heavens!
As the court has heard, Morse code comprises of 2 tones, a short dot and a long dash. With a second disc in place, the music box could be used to generate Morse code and convey a message. This is beyond a joke. I'm sorry. This poor excuse-for lawyer has absolutely no evidence to support his claims. Though, of course, if my learned friend were able to present the court with a second disc, that would be another matter. Well, I can't at the moment.
Oh.
And may I remind the court that this witness has pointed out, he was not the one in the omnibus with McGilda 2 months ago, striking a deal over the disc or discs.
Indeed, that was Mr. Mason, the brickmaker.
Exactly. I had nothing whatsoever to do with it.
Though it has holes, I must admit the argument presented by the defense has much promise. I believe the cross-examination should continue.
The link between Graydon and the victim of the omnibus case. It must be there somewhere. But I haven't found it yet.
Oh dear, it looks like you need to give your argument more strength, Renault.
You will reiterate your testimony, if you please, Mr. Graydon.
If I must, though I maintain exactly what I did at the start of this pointless cross-examination. It was some low-class brickmaker negotiating with McGilded anyway, was it not? I have no relation to the man.
Hold it!
So, 2 months ago in that omnibus, McGilded killed the brickmaker and stole the disc. Mr. Mason was a single man with almost nothing to his name. It seems he lived as an artisan quarter some years ago, but people there remember little about him. It doesn't make much sense though, does it? How would a humble brickmaker come to acquire secret governmental information? How indeed. There must have been somebody else involved behind the scenes in all this. Somebody who acquired the disc and gave it to Mr. Mason, in order to take it to the meeting with McGilded and negotiate a deal. Dear me. You may have it in for me, sir, but I assure you, I have far more class than that. Hey, Judge, is everything we've shown so far enough to make you force him show his fucking shoulder so he can show the bullet wound? An old brickmaker from the artisan quarter and this well-to-do communications officer. If only I could find some evidence to link the 2 of them together.
If you have nothing more to add on that note, let us return to the witness testimony.
Look, all we done was break into the gaff the other night like what he told us to do.
If we'd known there was dodgy government secrets involved, we wouldn't have touched it.
Hold it!
Like Mr. Grayson told you to do, you mean?
That's it, yeah. Who else, eh? Still and me thought he was just popping over for a natter after all them years, but the Rudder had a dodgy job for us.
It is their brother.
Eh, Ash?
Yeah, he is their brother. Okay.
Well, let me stop you there, Mr. Skulkin. After all them years, you say? Do you mean to tell me that Mr. Graydon is an acquaintance of yours? We're the sociable kind of baddies, you know? Sure, let's say Graydon's an old China.
Excuse me.
Is something wrong, Mr. Skulkin? Eh? No, the other Skulkin. What? Who, me? When your brother was testifying just now, he said something in that scene that caused you to react. No, I was just remembering the old days, that's all. We used to have a right old laugh together way back when.
Together? With Mr. Graydon, you mean?
Yeah, with Ash, I mean. Look, you look at him now and he's all fancy with his flute, and y'all wouldn't Adam and Eve it. But when he was younger, he was from the poor part of town just like us. Is that so? But he was always the leery one. Yeah, bet he had the brains, he had the savvy, and always coming up with smart ideas like what we'd never have thought in our heads. Oh, blimey, ain't that the truth? Remember Milverton and Skulkin Milk Run? That was a corker, eh? Save it until the trial. No reminiscing, your reminiscing has no place in this courtroom. And neither does your fruit. Oh, the geezer asked us the question, didn't he? And we was answering. Yeah, we ain't done nothing wrong.
Nevertheless, the court is not prepared to accompany you on the trip down memory lane. Counsel, can we turn over the attention back to the testimony, please?
I don't know. Could that statement, sentimental story, be relevant somehow? My lord,
Yes, counsel.
the brother's last sentimental statement could hold vital information relating to this case.
Very well, counsel. I'll permit the brothers to supplement their testimony with that detail. Briefly, I hasten to add.
Say no more. A skulkin's never skulkin'. Milverton and Skulkin's Milk Run. Gore, them were the days.
Hold it!
I'm sure I'm gonna regret asking, but what exactly was that? Some kind of business? Just a little scheme we had going back when we was youngsters. A bit of fun, really. Delivering fresh milk to the locals. That's what it was all about. That sounds alarmingly legitimate. There must be a catch. I suppose, since we're here, I should ask them to elaborate. But on what? The business model, the business name, the business model. So, how did your little business work exactly? Well, every morning down our way, the milkman would come with a cart to deliver milk, see? If you stuck your employees outside the front door, he would leave them with you full again, eh? Right? So, we swooped in the action, got people to sign up with us. We promised to deliver milk for half the price to the other geezers doing it. People couldn't wait to sign up on the dotted line. We were raking it in, we were. So, did you live on a dairy farm or something? Gordon Bennett, are you off your rocker? We had nothing. We were too poor to have a farm. Right. Nah, what we had going was simple once you had the idea. We just switch them over, see? Our customers empties with the full ones from anyone who wasn't in our books. Doodle, right? I think you meant to say a diddle, and that's a crime. It was just an harmless bit of fun, that's all.
Milking the general public in such a fashion is most certainly not harmless, as you put it.
Well, it was him what come up with the idea. Ash is the evil genius. You mean Mr. Graydon? Yeah, Ash always had his head in the book when we was growing up. Said he was going to get himself an education and get out of the slum where we lived. Gore, we were all ragged. I'm about that, didn't we? Told him he was soft in the head to even think of it. But look at him now. He's the only gone and become a blinking communication officer, ain't he?
Communications officer, Mr. Skulkin.
Huh. Sholmes and Wilson's Milk Run.
No, Iris. Don't even think about it. All of a sudden, we seem to be up in our necks in a serious matter of national security. Although, all this talk about interception of secret governmental messages is still just conjecture at this stage.
I would explain a number of things though, wouldn't it? The negotiation Ginny overheard in the omnibus 2 months ago and the break-in at Windibanks. But the trouble is, it wasn't Mr. Graydon in the omnibus with McGilded.
No, that was Mr. Mason, the brickmaker, who was so horribly murdered.
Ah, if only there was some link between the two men somehow.
I know, but Mr. Graydon's testimony seems to be as watertight as ever. I wonder if the key to us making headway with the cross-examination here could be those two brothers. Well, I think I didn't get one of them in there. There we go. I didn't get to press this one.
Hold it!
So, did you know nothing about the music box?
We didn't know nothing. We still don't know nothing. And we ain't planning on knowing nothing about it neither.
But 2 nights ago, you did indeed break into Windibank's pawnbrokery, didn't you? In your original testimony, you said that the door of the shop was ajar, and that it was like some kind of sign begging you to go in. But the truth is, you were planning to break into Windibank's all along, weren't you?
We were, Gov, we were. You're right there.
Because that's what he told us to do. It was the plan. And why was it Mr. Graydon's plan to break into Windibank's that night? Did you not ask the reason?
Well, he said the place was full of stuff with nicking. That's what he told us beforehand anyway. Turned out it was a load of cobblers, didn't it? We weren't best pleased, I can tell you that.
In any case, if they know the real reason, it doesn't sound like they're going to give it away. Move will turn into Skulkin's Milk Run. Gore them with the days. Okay, if we know it was dodgy. Look, all we done is break into the gaff the other night, like we were told us to do. I'm surprised there hasn't been an exclamation of him reacting. So, their testimony that he grew up in the low class area, which means he might have known the brickmaker.
Hold it!
So 2 months ago in the omnibus, McGilded killed the brickmaker and stole the disc. Mr. Mason was a single man with almost nothing to do with his name. It seems he lived in Artisan Quarters years ago, but people there remember little about him. Huh. I don't think there's any evidence I'm supposed to be showing. Feels like I'm just supposed to keep pressing then.
Hold it!
Enough. Why don't you baddies desist with the fiction? Huh? Obviously, I don't know these men from Adam. Now, for the last time, stop trying to implicate me in your sordid thievery. Well, that's bloomin' nice, isn't it? You little turncoat. Fine, if that's how you want it, two can play that game. We ain't never heard of this geezer before either. I don't know him from Adam. Never spoke to him before in my life. Never even seen him.
Never, Nash, never.
Good grief. Such a blatant lie. We're not staying in my courtroom. just continuing to make shit up. There we go.
Well, all I say is this. If we'd known there was dodgy government secrets involved, we wouldn't have touched it.
Okay, so that one did change, but... Or did I not do that one before? I do like how the two, each conversation ends goes into the next part of testimony. Like, I like how it's smoother. The business name. So this business was just a bit of fun, you say? And it was just yourselves and Mr. Greedon involved?
Yeah, that's it.
Milverton and Skulkin's Milk Run, was it?
Yeah, that's it.
And where did the Milvertons part come from?
Oh, right. I thought clever clogs like you would have worked that one out, but this is...
Enough of this. How much longer am I expected to listen to the drivel? Let me guess. You don't accept anything these two witnesses are saying? Tell me, why is it that was the only at that mention of that name, Milverton, did you decide to interject? Because well...
It weren't the happiest of homes that he came from. Yeah, his old man was struggling for money so much his wife talked him out of him. He took the name Graydon then, you see. But Ash will always be Milverton to us.
Milverton? So that used to be your surname, did it? And his father's the brickmaker. Okay. Of course not. This is all bunkum. I've been a Graydon since I was born. Do you really think you can rely on the testimony of these two thieves? You're a communications officer attached to the civil services. As such, your personal details have been thoroughly checked at the time of your appointment. It would be a very simple matter indeed to subpoena those records, Mr. Graydon.
Well, it would appear that Mr. and Mr. Skulkin's testimony has been reliable, for once. You were born Ashley Milverton, then. Is that correct?
Very well, yes. So Ashley Graydon was once Ashley Milverton. That information could change things, and could turn out to be extremely important. Ashley Graydon's personal profile has been added to the court record.
All of a sudden, we seem to be up on our necks in a serious matter of national security.
Oh, and national security. Although all this talk about interception of secret government messages is just conjecture at this stage.
It would explain a number of things, wouldn't it? The negotiations you overheard, Winterbank City. Yeah. Trouble is, it's as airtight as ever, but it's the brothers that could break it. Yeah.
New communication offer couldn't possibly steal confidential government information. Besides, the sound produced by the box aren't even Morse code. It was some low-level brickmaker negotiating with McGilda anyway, was it not? I have no relation to the man.
Hold it!
So 2 months ago in the omnibus, McGilda killed the brickmaker and stole the disc. Mr. Mason was a single man with almost nothing to his name. The brickmaker's not here. We need to have his surname. He seemed an honest and quartered years ago. That doesn't make much sense though, does it? The humble brickmaker, yeah. Hope more doesn't break into the gaff of the night like we told us to do. If we known there was dodgy government secrets involved, we wouldn't have touched it. Milverton, Skulkin's Milk Run, Gore, them were the days. Okay, so how do I get them to bring up the... else am I supposed to get them to do? Ah, here we go. Details of victim, Mason Milverton. Got him. Okay. It's there in the McGilded case notes. I've no relation to the man. Yeah, it is. His name is in here.
Objection!
Mr. Ashley Milverton. Tell me, why did you try to hide your former name from the court? Because I haven't gone by that name in years. It means nothing to me. No, I don't think that's the real explanation at all. The truth is, you had a reason to hide that name.
Explain yourself, please, counsel.
I have here the notes from the omnibus case, my lord. And as we all know, the victim, the man who we now understand to have been negotiating with McGilded.
Yes, Mr. Mason, the brickmaker.
That's right. Only Mason wasn't his surname at all. It was his given name. His full name was Mason Milverton.
Milverton? Do you mean to say? Saints alive!
Mr. Ashley Milverton is not the case of the brickmaker, Mr. Mason Milverton. What? Oh, is it not the case that the brickmaker, Mr. Mason Milverton, was your father? No, I don't. As I believe I have mentioned earlier, your family history will have been thoroughly checked when you join the civil service. And it really would take no time at all for the court to subpoena those records. The truth is, you have been illegally acquiring highly confidential government information and selling it on to McGilded in collaboration with your father. No. The new facts and evidence unveiled by the cross-examination of this witness all come together to reveal the truth. The truth, you say? That you collaborated with your father, Mr. Mason Milverton, in illegal dealings with Magnus McGilded.
Right into the music box, you mean, counsel?
Yes, stealing information being sent in secret governmental communications and selling it on to McGilded. Mr. Graydon concocted this elaborate scheme of using 2 music box discs to encode the information, as presumably a safety measure against the information falling into the wrong hands.
And a very effective one. I shouldn't have given this scheme any credence whatsoever.
But the deal with McGilded went sour, and the brickmaker met his end. Yes, but before he was arrested, McGilded managed to temporarily dispose of the stolen disc at the pawnbroker. Then, having learned of the situation, you appeared at Windibanks 2 days ago, in an attempt to recover the 2 articles McGilded had placed in pawn there. But that attempt failed. One of the discs was seized by the police, and the other you never found. So, that same night, you enlisted the help of the Skulkin brothers and broke into the pawnbrokery. This time, determined to recover the second disc.
Are you suggesting that the second disc was inside the music box?
Wait, we never knew nothing about that.
On the night that Mr. Windibank was killed. Somebody moved the box, because they had to get to the underside. The intruder in the pawnbrokery touched one item and one item alone, the music box.
A rather ingeniously demonstrated using the 2 prints from the security camera indeed.
So, the question that naturally begs answering is this. Why was only that one article disturbed? The answer is obvious, because it contained the second disc, which the intruder was desperate to retrieve. Since, if it were to fall in the hands of the police, it would be proof of high treason. Well, Mr. Graydon,
Do you deny that all this actually began on that fateful night 2 months ago? I refuse to accept any of this nonsense. Sir, there appears to be blood seeping through the sleeve of your jacket. What? No. 2 nights ago, we know that 3 shots were fired at the scene of the crime in Windibank's pawnbrokery. 1 to the life of the pawnbroker himself. 1 struck a pouch around Mr. Sholm's waist. And the final bullet struck the calendar on the wall of the shop, having first pierced the arm of one of the intruders. Mr. Graydon, that wound on your arm there seemed to be trying to hide. It's a bullet wound, isn't it?
He's got you now, me old China. Time to call it quits and croak, I reckon.
Tisk. Don't acknowledge my presence there under any circumstances whatsoever. Those were my terms, remember? And I paid you handsomely to comply. Clearly I was a fool to think I could trust some common back slum thieves. Huh? Fine, I admit it. I was there at Windibank's that night. I paid this pair 10 guineas to accompany me. And as you've noticed, I sustained an injury in the course of my adventures. But that is all. I admit to nothing more. Stealing government secrets, negotiating with Mr. McGilded. As God as my witness, I'm sure I recall nothing of the sort. He's not going down without a fight. Not until I can show hard evidence, I suppose. Nevertheless, the defense now established a crucial fact. Which is, well, we know that 1 bullet was fired from each of the 2 firearms we have in evidence. The bullet from the Skulkin Brothers gun hit the pouch around Mr. Sholm's waist. And the bullet from Mr. Windibank's gun clearly must have been fired the one that caught Mr. Graydon in the arm.
Indeed, it must. We can rule out the possibility that the man shot himself.
And that leads us to only one conclusion. Mr. Windibank was shot by a 3rd gun. Which can only have been fired by the 3rd intruder.
Goodness!
That's right, Mr. Graydon. The only person who could possibly have shot Mr. Windibank that night is you.
Hold it!
You little upstart. You made a grave mistake when you summoned me here. What? What's that supposed to mean? Yes, as you rightly say, I was there at the pawnbrokers. I did my best to hide the facts, naturally. I had no intention of ruining the distinguished career I'd built for myself in the communications station. But did the thought ever cross your mind? Did you never consider the possibility? What? What do you mean? What thought? What possibility? The possibility that I was there at the scene. Oh, and witness the crucial. I thought he was going to say, I was there at the scene, and because I was commissioned to get it back. The possibility that if I was there at the scene, I may have witnessed the crucial moment. You see, this makes me a key witness in this case, and I have my hands firmly around the neck of your client.
What? Or are you suggesting?
I saw it all. I saw the very moment that pickpocket girl pointed the gun at that poor, defenseless pawnbroker and shot him. What? So are you saying that you shot Mr. Sholmes and the brothers shot you? Order! Order! Order!
Well, it would seem that we are finally entering the last act of this theatrical trial.
Mr. Grade. Yes. I trust you are fully aware of the implications here. If it is shown that your claim is false, you will have incriminated yourself as the killer. No, I understand fully.
Then I must ask you to give your formal testimony once more. You will explain to the court precisely what you saw at the moment the defendant allegedly shot the victim.
Nothing would give me greater pleasure.
The moment of the shooting.
While these ruffians were jostling with the broker, I was still near the entrance of the shop. When Windibank threw Nash over the counter, I felt a sharp pain in my arm. I pursued the man, but he shut himself in the storeroom. I could see him through the peephole in the door, though. The accused, in a black coat, shot the man in the back as he was trying to flee to safety. I saw the blood spatter all over the wretched girl.
Oh, he's saying the blood on the coat is from her shooting him, not from the mason being stabbed. Okay.
Then she tossed the gun out of the peephole, so I picked it up and made my escape.
Good gracious, this is quite extraordinary testimony. You claim, sir, under oath, to have clearly seen the defendant pulling the trigger.
Order! Order! Order!
It wasn't my intention to testify in this way. But neither is it my intention to be found guilty of a murder I did not commit. So you see, my hand has been forced. I tell the truth now as an act of self-preservation.
Huh? The truth.
Until now, the prosecution was completely unaware of the details.
Yes, well, sorry about that.
Having shot me in the arm, the pawnbroker was then shot in the back by the accused. And as I said, she was showered in his blood. You say the blood splattered of the accused's coat. Are you sure on that point? Oh, yes, quite sure. All over the black overcoat the pickpocket girl was wearing at the time.
Really? If her coat could somehow be shown in the harbor vestiges of blood, that would be conclusive evidence here.
Such an investigation is entirely possible, my lord.
What?
Only very recently, a German scientist has developed a technique to identify human blood. So here, to true science, not some amateurist detective's dubious foray into the world of chemistry.
There's nothing dubious about Hurley's work. His ideas are all sound.
Ideas are no use to us here. In science, as in law, theories must be proven before they stand. In Germany, the techniques has already been employed in the courtroom as a basis of evidence. Scotland Yard has a small quantity of chemical reagent used, with your lordship's permission. We could shatter all vestiges of doubt within minutes.
Oh.
This doesn't look good, Bruno.
Why not?
Well, we know, don't we, that there's blood all over the front of Ginny's coat. If they test it with their chemicals...
Oh, help, you're right. I was forgetting that happened yesterday. It's oh, help instead of oh, hell, you're right. Oh, help, you're right.
Don't move, Ginny. I'm gonna shoot.
But that's not Mr. Windibank's blood. The stain is from 2 months ago. That's Mr. Mason's blood, and from when he was stabbed by Mr. Gilded, who was wearing the coat at the time. My lord, the defense objects to the test proposed by the prosecution.
Overruled. Lord Van Zeeks, make it so at once.
With pleasure, my lord.
Then while we await the results, the defense may proceed.
Okay. I'm going to make a prediction here before anything else happens. He said a German scientist made a test to determine the detection of blood, and it's already been used in court. How much do you want to bet the German scientist's name is Herlock Sholmes? And they're pronouncing his first name wrong again. Well, if you permitted this invention into the trial, you must permit his other invention into the trial. You know what? I'm going to let that sit. I'm going to take a piss, and I'll be right back. That is my prediction. That's my lock. Okay, let's see if my prediction came true. Or is going to come true.
And while we await the results, the defense may proceed with the cross-examination.
Once they find blood on the overcoat, Gina will be...
Counsel!
Yes, my lord.
Your cross-examination.
Of course, my lord. If the cross-examination doesn't go well, if I don't manage to uncover some decisive evidence or really compelling clue now, I have a very bad feeling about the outcome of this trial. The moment of the shooting. While the ruffians were jostling with the broker, I was still near the entrance of the shop.
Hold it!
Mr. Windibank emerged from the storeroom, I believe. Ringo and Nash were scouring the counter when he suddenly appeared and flew at them. He already had the revolver in his hand. Fortunately, I wasn't too close. I've never been so scared in all my life.
Yeah, we were just regular mild-mannered burglars, that's all. We don't like violence.
Says the pair who carry a gun. What do you mean when you say when you were near the entrance of the shop? I was in the doorway, running my eyes over the shelves of forfeited items. Looking for the music box, of course. The broker went for Nash in the first place. Then Ringo joined in, making it 2 against 1, so I assumed they could handle the situation. But I was wrong.
I was trying to help I was trying to help my little bruv, but the old geezer chucked me over the bloomin' counter.
So I pulled my gun out of the old fella, and that soon made him scaper.
The pair of you sitting upon the poor defenseless pawnbroker together. Shame on you.
Sorry, Gov. Then Windibank threw Nash over the counter. I felt a sharp pain in my arm.
Hold it!
You mean that's when the moment you were shot? Yes, though I didn't immediately realize what had happened, of course. Things crashed from the floor to the counter as the three men were brawling. It was exactly that moment that it happened, so I didn't hear the gunshot. And the bullet went on to strike the calendar in the wall behind you. So it would appear, when I looked at my arm, I saw it was bleeding badly, so I wrapped my handkerchief around it. Seeing as I could explain what had happened to a doctor, I had no choice but to wait for it to heal. I didn't imagine it would still be bleeding 2 days later. Did Mr. Windibank intend to shoot you, do you think? Well now, I don't imagine he ever noticed I was there, to be honest. Perhaps the gun went off accidentally. Anyway, I didn't ask. I didn't quite strike home. When I pulled my gun on him, I tried to shove me out of the way.
And then he scampered through the door out back.
At which point, what did you do?
I pursued the man, but he shot himself in the storeroom. I could see him through the peephole in the door, though.
Hold it!
You mean you chased after him? I don't recall the reason why, but I ran after him through the back of the shop. And what about this peephole in the door you mentioned?
Well, unsurprisingly, the storeroom's door is a solid job. Yes, that would.
But there's a small opening in it about head height, and let's see what you've got there. That lets you see what's in there from the outside. Actually, I should know that, shouldn't I? I looked through it myself that night. And what about your burgling brothers? Did you see what went through the peephole as well?
No likely, Gov. Didn't see nothing of the sort, Gov.
I doubt these two buffoons were even aware of the peephole's existence. Oops. So, the Skulkin brothers were there, but they didn't see the killing of Mr. Windibank take place.
Ah.
Inside the storeroom, I could see the broker and that young girl standing there.
The defendant?
Yes, though neither of them noticed that I was looking. The girl raised her gun and pointed it straight at the man.
And then, what did you see next?
The accused in a black coat shot the man in the back as he was trying to flee to safety.
Hold it!
Yes, when the crime was discovered, the defendant was found with a gun in her hand. But that was Mr. Windibank's gun, from which only a single bullet had been fired. And as we've already established, Mr. Graydon, that bullet was fired at you. But no, it wasn't the broker's gun that the pickpocket girl had when I saw her. Yes, the bullet from Windibank's gun grazed my arm. And yes, the Skulkin's gun grounded the detective. But this was another gun entirely. A third gun. The broker's gun was not the murder weapon, so clearly there had been a third firearm involved. In other words, the accused must have had her own gun with her at the time.
Objection!
But no other gun was found at the scene. Calm yourself, counsel. Sorry. You must consider the events in order. Huh? At first, I saw the broker and the girl glaring at each other, but then, all of a sudden, the broker turned to run. And it was at that moment that the little gutter rat shot him in the back.
A chilling image, I must say.
That didn't explain anything, there, dog. We just told you how the guns were fired, and you're like, yeah, well, I know what you know, but here's this shit I'm making up. I saw the blood spatter all over the wretched girl.
Hold it!
All over her? Yes, through the peephole I saw it clearly. And of course, the stains are invisible now, with that coat being such a dark color. But I assure you, that garment is sullied with the victim's blood.
Well, it is soluble blood, that's for sure.
But it's not Mr. Winterbank's blood, is it?
No, that's right. It's Mr. Mason Milverton's blood from when McGilda stabbed him 2 months ago.
It's so annoying. If they'd only accept Hurley's chemical analysis, we could prove that.
But they won't. So unfortunately, we can't use it as evidence to support our case.
Bother.
Then she tossed the gun out of the peephole, so I picked it up and made my escape.
Hold it!
Do you have the gun then? Did I hear you correctly? She threw the gun out the room. That's right. After the broker fell to the floor, she started walking over. Over where exactly? In the direction of the storeroom door, to where I was watching. Of course, I quickly retreated, and then the girl dropped the gun through the peephole onto the floor at my side of the door.
But why on earth would she do such a thing?
I couldn't tell you. Perhaps she was hoping to distance herself from the murder weapon. Without thinking, I went up and picked it up. I suppose I was worried about just leaving it there in case any more tragedies took place. So it was you, in fact, who took the third gun from the scene of the crime. Yes, it was yours truly.
Oh,
I felt the clear up to my lackeys and left.
clear up.
We made a bit of a mess around the counter, so Mr. Whistle and Flutie had told us to tidy up. He thinks he's a bloomin' mum sometimes.
Well, I was paying you enough, by God. Tell me, Mr. Graydon, when you left the pawnbrokery that night, was it by any chance the second disc in your jacket pocket?
You little toe
You're like a bull at a gate, aren't you?
Excuse me!
Gentlemen.
Something's wrong, sunshine.
That should be my line. You do realize you were just violently shaking Mr. Skulkin.
Blimey. He's a bit of an oogling, ain't he?
What's going on just now?
You saw him, he grabbed me whistle. Why in blazes, he said, didn't you mention the third gun when you got down at the station?
And why didn't you?
'Cause we didn't know nothing about it. With that flaming people on the door.
Sorry about that. I could be prone to losing my rage sometimes. Are you?
God blimey. See the way he's looking at me? I'm telling you. This thing gives me the willies.
That was strange. The inspector doesn't normally get quite worked up as that. He wouldn't normally grab someone.
No, that wasn't like Grixie at all. He's normally all sweetness and light, no matter what I say to him.
Yes, well, I think you might be a special case, Iris.
Well, anyway, that was definitely out of character.
Actually, hold up one second. Okay.
My lord, requesting your lordship's permission to interrupt the cross-examination. Explain yourself, officer. I have the results of the test that was ordered earlier, my lord.
Ah, the blood on the accused overcoat.
Thank you, officer. Very well. The cross-examination is hereby temporarily suspended. I presume you have no objection, counsel?
No, my lord.
Well, there you have it.
The report, please, Inspector.
Yes, sir. Traces of human blood were found on the overcoat of the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade. From the extent of the stains, it would appear that they were the result of a splattering following a gunshot wound. End of report. Goodness me.
See, what did I tell you?
No, the blood on that coat is not Mr. Windibank's. What on earth makes you say that, Counsel?
The coat originally belonged to Magnus McGilded. Just before the coat was deposited at Windibank's, McGilded had fatally stabbed Mr. Mason Milverton. So the blood on that overcoat is the blood of the brickmaker from the omnibus case.
Objection!
Well, the dead cannot speak. Isn't that right, my Nimponi's friend?
Sorry?
2 months ago in this very courtroom, did you not argue fervently for McGilded's innocence? And yet, now the man is dead, you brand him as a murderer. Your conduct shatters any shred of respect you may have earned for yourself in this country. But that was...
I call it bally disgrace. Treachery, that's what it is.
how to determine whether the blood of the coat is 2 months old or not? Even a stereoscope could help us answer that problem, pop out. It can't be done. But, we use Mr. Shelman's specially formulated... Mr. Shelman's a detective, not a chemist.
Where's the fucking case? It's not in yet. Okay. Would you put such faith in a chemical formula devised by me, for example, when I'm a communications officer?
I yelled out Przorski, the starving Przorski, the starving boy, and he ran away crying. Sherlock Sholmes is barely more than a figment of the public's imagination. His name carries no weight in this courtroom. No weight at all.
How could you say that?
Victory is sweet indeed. This proves that my testimony is the whole truth from start to finish.
How do you arrive at such a conclusion, sir?
As the witness said, the accused's coat was splattered with the blood of the victim. The only way Mr. Graydon could possibly have known the fact is if he saw it happen. In other words, his testimony is solid and the conclusion is singular. It was the accused who shot the victim in this case. That is the whole truth.
My lord, it's been a long battle, this one, but it's old Warhorse has...
Oh god, are we doing this a third time? Alright.
Been a long battle, this one, but the old Warhorse has something to say now, if you please. Mr. Foreman, as of this moment, sir, the squadron has reached its final decision. Ready, men? All for one now. Sir!
Guilty.
Guilty.
Guilty. Guilty.
Guilty.
Guilty.
Well, it would appear the ladies and gentlemen of the jury have reached a unanimous verdict.
The defense has consistently failed to unpick this witness's testimony. Here is to any attempt you may make at unpicking the juror's decisions being equally successful.
I don't believe it. After I've come so far, how is this all unraveling on me so fast?
How very distressing to be held in such low esteem.
Wouldn't you agree, Mr.
Wouldn't you agree, Mr. Naruhodo?
Officer, you've delivered the report now. That will be all, thank you.
It occurs to me with some regularity, Mr. Naruhodo, that scientific truths are determined not by science, but by none other than the human mind.
I know that voice.
Am I going mad?
Mr. Sholmes?
What? What is the meaning of this? Order! Order! Order!
What business do you have here, detective? The last I heard, you were recuperating in hospital. As well I would be, had I not been set up an errand. What errand?
Hurley, it's really you. You're awake at last.
Yes, good day, Iris. I appear to be rather late to rise. My apologies. Now, my lord, if you will humor me,
What is the matter, sir?
I have something of great importance I wish to give to the young lawyer over there. I need no more than 5 minutes, if you would be so kind as to spare us the time.
What's he to this, Levenzeeks?
This trial has taken many hours of the court's time, having spent so long already.
Exactly. I haven't spent so long already. We don't want to go wasting any more precious time.
As I was saying, having spent so long already, it would seem churlish to deny the defense a mere 5 minutes.
No. Very well then, counsel. You have 5 minutes.
My dear fellow, I apologize for my tardy arrival.
Mr. Sholmes, you're all right now?
All right, I'm all wrong. Sorry? I've only just managed to summon the strength to stand, man. I asked the judge for 5 minutes. But I feel even that may prove too much for me. Pray forgive me should I pass out. Let's make this decision as short as possible.
Hurley, this place is full of idiots. None of them can see how wonderful your chemical blood analysis is.
Well, that concoction of mine was really just a bit of sport to assist me in investigations. I never took the trouble to refine it for appraisal by the scientific community. An oversight on my part.
Right. Modesty. Surely not.
But enough of that. I'm here to give you this, my dear fellow.
What's that? A lavender for shoki wrapping?
A leaving present for Miss Sasato.
For Miss Sasato.
If possible, matters were to be settled without me giving you this. Those were her instructions when she asked me to do her this favor.
I don't understand.
Miss Sasato foresaw today's events, I believe. She knew that the culprit would attempt to escape justice by means both devious and underhanded. And that means you, Mr. Naruhodo, fighting fairly as you are, want to do, would find yourself in considerable peril. At the very moment of crisis, you were to be given this small parcel. Those were the dear lady's instructions.
A leaving present from Sasato-san.
Whatever could it be?
The cat flap maker.
What is this?
Oh, it's the machine I made.
Ah.
Meow. Look, I use this. It's my latest invention.
What is that?
I call it the Cat Flap-O-Mat. I make a cat flap in a little furry friend like Waggy in seconds.
What's Susie up to?
Are we going to say that the cat in the picture, that he had a cat around? So obviously that there was a cat flap in the bottom of the door too?
What's Susie up to?
Also, why aren't we making the other guy said he took the gun from the scene? Why aren't we making him present the gun? Like if he's saying he took the gun, where's the gun? Anyway,
Miss Sasato muttered the following words before she left. I'm a failure. I don't deserve to be a judicial assistant.
what? She didn't say something like that.
You really are the best judicial assistant in the world.
Well, that's extremely flattering. But I'm sorry to say that I've been a complete failure.
Whatever did she mean by that, Mr. Sholmes? That night, when you left Winterbanks in pursuit of the thieves, Mrs. Sato made use of this contraption for a certain purpose. That is your answer, dear fellow. Not at all cryptic then. So Sada-san used this cat flap-o-mat that night. But why? Now, this is some good old-fashioned Ace Attorney bullshit. A compact machine for the rapid creation of small flaps and larger doors to allow cats to come and go freely. Your 5 minutes is over. We're out of time already? I'm grateful to you for affording us the brief recess, Mr. Reaper. I need no thanks, Detective. After all, the die is cast. Is it really? The jurors are unanimous in their learnings. No doubt my learned friend will consider a summation examination. But any attempt to alter the verdict now would be utterly futile. I wonder, Mr. Naruhodo, a compact machine for the rapid creation of small flaps and larger doors allow cats to come and go freely. Phew, those vicious teeth look like they could rip through almost anything. They're good, aren't they? They're made of a special alloy developed just for this job. The cutter rotates 10 times per second, so I can get through any kind of door in no time. And what are those two parts at the top there? Those are for attaching hinges to the section of door the cat gets out. Right, of course. Nothing can match the machine for power. So are we saying that there was no peephole in the door? It's literally Susie made this so that we could see inside. Why am I calling her Susie? Sasato. I don't know. That kind of feels like bullshit, but whatever. So what we're trying to say is that that wasn't there in the door until she tampered with the crime scene by putting the little peephole in. Nothing can match the machine for power. It can make mincemeat of even the toughest of doors. It sounds so charming and friendly when you say that, but it feels like it's the reality of a cat flopping mat is that of a grim weapon of door destruction. Well, Hagi is so adorable. There's nothing I wouldn't do for him, even developing deadly weapons. Yeah, okay, so we're saying that there was not a peephole in the door. Or Sasato put it in. Alright, whatever. That, I think, is a kind of an ass pull. I think we could have done this another way, but whatever. Yes. The rest is down to you, dear fellow. What is your plan? The rest is down to me. I need to be careful here. If I make the wrong move, the trial will end badly. My lord, the defense requests... I mean, it has to be the summation examination, because we can't do a further cross. But... further cross-examination.
Objection!
The jurors have spoken. Protocol dictates that you may not cross-examine the new witness now. The defense is not asking for a cross-examination of a new witness. Rather, to continue with one of an existing witness. What? It would appear that a rather important detail has escaped your attention, Mr. Reaper. My lord, requesting your lordship's permission to interrupt the cross-examination.
Thank you, officer. Very well. The cross-examination is hereby temporarily suspended. I presume you have no objection, counsel?
No, my lord. Now this is Ace Attorney bullshit. So nobody can say anything then. If Bruno asked to resume his cross-examination of Mr. Graydon... McCourt, is obliged to allow it. This is absurd.
I would remind those present that this is my courtroom. I'll concur that the defense is entirely within his rights to request a continuation of the cross-examination. However, I will not permit an unrelenting protraction of these proceedings. Therefore, I have decided to afford the defense one final opportunity, including the cross-examination. Counsel, you must choose one statement from the witness's testimony, and but one piece of evidence to present to support in your argument against it.
A single chance to present evidence.
If, following that, the summation, examination, and changed, I shall move to adjudication. Is that clear, counsels? You will not press the witness any further.
My lord. Yes, my lord. A single statement and a single piece of evidence. Most generous. Well then, Mr. Naruhodo, it's high time I fell into a dead faint. I leave this in your capable hands. Mr. Sholmes?
To stand so incontainly before the court, a state of such high favor. Either the man has extraordinary strength of mind or an extraordinary lack of feeling.
I imagine he's feeling very little now. The detective is sleeping soundly in one of the empty chambers. Act a man when he's down, why don't you?
Well then, counsel, are you fully prepared?
Yes. One statement. One piece of evidence. I won't let Mr. Sholmes down, or Iris. And I won't waste this final chance that Sasato-san has given me. This is going to decide the entire outcome of the trial. One second. Yeah. There's no peephole in the door. But there's a peephole in the door now. Yep. Okay. Yeah, I didn't see that before. Could you have seen that before when you watched it in the viewer earlier? Yeah, I should have noticed that there was no hole and now there is a door. Was that showing the 3D model? I guess not, because it's not really moved out of place. It's just something missing. It's also using this to distract you from that, I guess? Or maybe it would have made you see it. Okay. Okay. I admit, I missed that. I missed that before.
Oh, well then, none of the terms I've outlined. You may resume the cross-examination.
The moment of the shooting again. Ruffians are jostling the broker. I was still near the entrance of the shop. The window banked through Nash over the counter. I felt a sharp pain in my arm. Pursued the man, reached himself in the storeroom. I could see him through the peephole in the door. Alright, here we go. So, my assumption is it wants me to present him with this picture.
Objection!
The witness's last statement is clear. Wait, what? What do you mean you don't like this? But this is the exact evidence!
I'm sorry, counsel, but I failed to see...
Wait, what? Bullshit. Bullshit. Like, I know what it wants me to show, but this should be exactly it. But, or am I supposed... Alright, is it not supposed to be this one? Is it supposed to be... Is it supposed to be this one?
Objection!
There's a clearly something odd about the statement of the witness.
There is a clearly something...
Oh, come on! Why don't they want the picture? It's perfect. Whatever. Oh, do I really? Am I just supposed to show the new thing that they gave me? Man, that's bullshit. Whatever. I better not lose this if that's not what they want. I mean, yes, it's the new thing they gave me, but how can I show some random piece of bullshit when the proper evidence is here's a picture where the door clearly doesn't have the flap on it? Whatever.
Objection.
Whatever.
What on earth is an eccentric contraption, Council?
Oh, it's my cat Flap-O-Mat, my lord. It makes a way for cats to get in and out of a room. It can cut through any door you can think of, and it makes a new little door in the middle of it.
That's right, my lord. Yeah, fucking clown music is going right now. Now this is Ace Attorney. That's right, my lord. It's a device for creating so-called cat flaps. Small doors for cats to come and go as they please, without their owners having to open the... I'm sure we can all work that out for ourselves.
Oh,
But that cat lover's contrivance has no possible relevance to this case. Oh, really? Of course it doesn't. To start with, there was no cat flap in the pawnbroker's door.
Oh. Not being a keeper of cats myself, I'm afraid I fail to see what this has to do with the matter at hand.
Perhaps it would help if I describe its function another way then. This contraption is able to create a peephole in any door you can imagine in practically no time at all.
I beg your pardon? A peephole, you say?
2 nights ago, we arrived at the scene only minutes after the murder of Mr. Windibank had taken place.
That's right. According to the paperwork at the yard, it was you, your Japanese assistant, and Sholmes.
Yes, the 3 of us were together, and it's recently come to my attention that my assistant made use of this device at the time.
Your assistant did what?
There was a peephole in the storeroom door. I can attest to that. Because I looked through the peephole myself in order to see inside the locked storeroom. This is ludicrous. What are you trying to say? Of course there was a peephole in the door. I said as much in my testimony. How else could I have witnessed the crime, for pity's sake? Yes, how could you know? What?
Counsel, kindly say what you mean.
Alright, it's time. Time to strike the final blow. What I mean is this, my lord. My assistant made the peephole in the storeroom door, and until such time as she did, the door had no hole to look in through. What? No!
Objection!
This is a farce. Are you really suggesting that the peephole in the door was... Yes, it was created only after the incident had taken place, by my judicial assistant using this device.
Your assistant tampered with the crime scene, whilst being fully aware of the gravity of her actions. That is the most serious act of vandalism.
For which I humbly apologize, my lord. It was in a few minutes that I left the scene, and I mean, once again... So, here's the problem I have with this. If she never made the flap in the first place, he couldn't have used this defense. So, this entire contrivance of needing this device as a piece of evidence is only here just to slow things down. Like, there was, like, if she never put the door there, he couldn't have made the excuse that he saw the crime scene and she pushed the gun out through it. So, it's just kind of dumb that this is even in here in the first place. But whatever. Nevertheless, in the light of this new information, it becomes apparent that Mr. Graydon's testimony is riddled with holes.
Riddled with... Explain yourself, counsel.
The majority of Mr. Graydon's testimony that appears to incriminate the defendant is based upon what he witnessed through the peephole in the storeroom door. Yes, that filthy girl shooting the man in the back. However, if at the time of the incident, that peephole did not yet exist in the door, there's no possible way that you could have seen what you claim to have seen.
In short, your entire testimony is a pack of lies. Ugh. Order! 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 Is there any credence to this revelation?
None whatsoever, as my learned friend must surely realize.
Exactly. This is just some cheap trick designed to distract me. I'm afraid not, sir. And of course it is. Do you seriously expect people to believe that plaything can cut through a solid wooden door?
Oh yes, I designed it to be very powerful. It can cut through even the toughest of doors.
That's absurd. I don't believe it for a second.
Haha, I had a feeling you'd say that.
What?
Waggy! Cooey! Time for dinner!
I cut one in the... Alright, Iris, well now they're gonna get you for for vandalism.
Meow. Well,
No. Young lady, this is the Old Bailey. One does not make cat flaps in the oak paneling at the old... One does not simply make a cat flap in the oak paneling at the Old Bailey. I'm not done yet, don't worry. This doesn't mean that the peephole in the storeroom at the window bank was made by your machine. And there's no way you can prove that it was.
no, but it's easy.
What?
The cat flaps in my cat flap-o-matic crates are all a fixed size, and the dimensions of the peephole at window banks are exactly matched.
No.
Hee hee, old Silky's lost for words.
Excellent work, Iris. Thank you. Why can't we just show the pictures? And now it's my learned student friend's turn to be lost for words, I feel. Huh? I believe your judicial assistant has already left the country for your Eastern Island home. Well, yeah, that's true. Then you may have some difficulty in establishing all of the facts. For the sake of argument, let us assume the people has dimensions that are perfect fit for the contraption. If that is the case, when was the people cut? The prosecution demands proof of your answer. What's the purpose of your line of inquiry, Lord Van Zeeks? It's very simple, my lord. The defense argues that the peephole was created after the incident using the device. But now that the perpetrator has returned to her native land, she cannot testify to the fact. There is no proof. Ugh. And for as long as the defense remains unable to prove when the peephole was made, I learned that friend's claims amounts to nothing more than a baseless accusation. What? Yeah, so once again, this is the reason why they didn't want me presenting the picture, because they wanted to have this extra moment of bullshit instead of being able to just ignore this part and just keep moving along, but whatever. Indeed, that is so, Lord Van Zeeks. Well, counsel. Like, this part here, honestly, this case has gone on long enough. We didn't need this part here. We didn't need this part. We just needed to relook at the evidence and realize that there wasn't a fucking flap in the door ourselves. And then we could have done this right now. We didn't need to muck about with the rest of this, but whatever. We could just have looked and said, wait, there is no flap in any of these pictures. And we would have went, wait a minute.
Don't give up now, Bruno. This is the time to create your own opening and force your way through.
I don't know if I can do this, but I do know one thing. Sato-san is the greatest judicial assistant in the world. Well, the counsel for defense will present evidence to support the claims made. Proof that the peephole in the door of the window bank storeroom was created after the events and not before.
Take that!
What are you? A print from the detective's infernal cameras again.
My judicial assistant, Mrs. Sato Mikitoba, is an extremely intelligent and capable woman, which is why I never had any chance to cause a doubt, that she would have considered the scenario and made sure I had the necessary proof. The necessary proof is in this photographic print, counsel. This print shows a scene in the shop moments after the defendant entered the premises. Agreed.
And it also shows the accused mercilessly wielding a gun in the direction of the defenseless broker. But more to the point, it pictures the storeroom door in the background.
Let me see the print again. I don't believe it. This really is quite remarkable. The door to the storeroom is completely devoid of a peephole of any description.
Mr. Graydon, you couldn't possibly have witnessed the crime as you claim to have done. Because at the time it happened, there was no peephole in the door. In other words, your testimony is a catalog of lies.
Order! Order! Order!
I'm satisfied the defense has substantiated its claim beyond all reasonable doubt.
The witness's testimony was entirely fallacious.
That's not the only thing we now know beyond all reasonable doubt. My learned friend's assistant's guilt can no longer be denied. The woman tampered with the crime scene. But more importantly,
Good Lord, there's more, Lord Van Zieks.
the defense may have established a reprehensible instance of perjury. But that is no proof that the man is the victim's killer. Yes, that's right. What? I was there at the scene. It's true. And then I was shot in the arm. It's true. But that's all. Yes, in fact, if we look at the circumstances, I am the victim here. Oh, please. No. I don't believe this. But they're right. As it stands, no, they're not right. Okay, this is they are really dragging this case out, and it's getting less and less. Like, this last 20-30 minutes could just have been removed. I don't have any definitive proof that he's the culprit. Still, he can't worm his way out of it now. Iris? You know what they say. There's no point in locking the cat's door after the cat has bolted. Nobody says that, Iris. Isn't that right, Bruno? Huh? As Hurley always said, one lie begets another. No, wait, that might not have been a line I wrote for him in one of my stories. Well, no matter who said it first, you're right. Mr. Graydon, not only did you give false testimony to the court, but the lies you told make no sense. Make no sense? What do you mean by such a remark? What you said in your testimony reveals that you know something you shouldn't have known. In other words, there's a fundamental inconsistency in your statement. What?
Objection!
This is provocative talk, counsel. Won't you enlighten the court? Explain this alleged inconsistency. Iris was right. One lie begets another. The inconsistency is revealed by the lies in the witness's statements. They show that Mr. Graydon had knowledge of something he shouldn't have known about anything, namely... It's gotta be this. The bloodstains that were present on Miss Lestrade's coat. That's right. The victim's blood spattered all over her when she shot him. But how could you possibly know that? Obviously, because I saw her do it through the peephole in the... The point is not that you lied in your testimony, Mr. Graydon. It's the nature of the lie you concocted that is so revealing. No, not making any sense. Then let me ask you a simple question. How is it, Mr. Graydon, that you knew of the existence of the peephole in the storeroom door? What? Well, obviously,
No. How's the cat got your tongue, witness?
The peephole on the door was made after the incident occurred. And once I returned to the shop, having failed to catch the 2 burglars, Scotland Yard's investigators arrived immediately. Since that time, the police have been at Windibanks constantly, carrying out their investigation. Isn't that right, Inspector Gregson?
Oh, well, yes, of course. The place is chock full of pawned articles, and my lads have thoroughly examined them.
Oh my god, is he an undercover cop?
Oh, well, we had him working undercover. We didn't know that he was a mole the whole time. We thought he was working for us. So I gave the order to have officers working around the clock and shit so we get through it all.
And consequently, there's no way that you, Mr. Graydon, could have gained access to the shop. Therefore, you should have known nothing about the peephole in the storeroom door. So the fact that its existence forms... No, that's wrong. We earlier said that the thought that one of the brothers shot him through the peephole. I guess they're not. That was my theory. The game said that he ran through the open door and Lestrade shut it. Okay, never mind. I take that back. So the fact that its existence forms the basis of your testimony is completely inexplainable. Or inexplicable. No.
Objection!
Then yet, the fact remains that Mr. Grayson did maintain that he witnessed the crime take place through the peephole in the door.
How on earth is this possible? Could I have a word, please? Or Van Zeeks?
Speak, Inspector.
It's just that I really ought to be getting back to the station now to put in my report. There's really nothing more I can add to this testimony, so if it's all the same to you...
Permission denied.
Oh.
It's not the same to me, Inspector. Not at all. You will remain exactly where you are until this trial concludes.
Oh, of course, sir.
Mr. Graydon, you shouldn't have known about the existence of that peephole. Which can only mean that you must have been informed about it by someone else.
Objection!
Stop there, my learned friend. You realize, I trust, that the words you just uttered have extremely serious implications. Yep. But the defense believes that the details of the case that Mr. Graydon claims to have seen must have been revealed to him by a certain person before his testimony. And in fact, considering the particular clue we have, there's really one person that could be.
Who is the person in question, counsel?
Who gave this witness details of the crime scene to facilitate his false testimony?
Take that!
The truth is, it can only have been you, Inspector Gregson.
Me?
Objection!
You had better have some proof to substantiate such a rash claim, my learned friend. Consider the fact that we have only been aware of Mr. Ashley Graydon's identity for the last few hours. We learned of it only during the course of the trial today.
Indeed, preparations for this testimony were made with a great urgency during our hour-long recess. While the police executed the subpoena and brought the man here for a communication station.
And until that time, Mr. Graydon would have had no idea. No inkling that he would suddenly be required to appear in court.
Are you suggesting that until such time as he was summoned?
Yes, my lord. Until then, it was reasonable to assume he knew nothing of the peephole. It was only once Mr. Graydon was in the stand that he realized his position. That he would have had to defend himself against the accusation that he was the third intruder. He was suggesting to the court that it was while this trial was in progress that he received the information, so that he could commit perjury in order to save his skin. Exactly. And the only person with knowledge of the investigation that he had any contact with is you, Inspector Gregson.
This is a bloomin' outrage. Why would I be giving away details of our investigations to this fella, eh? I was summoned to his lordship's chambers during the recess in any case. Had you forgotten that? Quite true. I had a number of questions regarding the evidence that transpired at the pawnbrokery.
Which means the first time these two laid eyes upon each other was after proceedings resumed following the recess. Since then, they've been in full view of the stand, where such illicit discussions couldn't possibly have occurred. No, they were literally on the stand having a discussion. Oh, I just remembered something, Runo.
What is it, Iris?
There was one time before, wasn't there? I think it was when Ginny was testifying.
Oh yeah, now you mention it. When the bailiff was dispatched to retrieve Miss McGilded's music box from the scene of the crime. That's it. It was during that testimony. I remember finding it strange at the time. Mr. Graydon and the inspector seemed to be having some kind of secret discussion. It would have been possible for you to give Mr. Graydon the information he needed then.
You little toe-rag! You're making this all up. Oh, I'm a respectable Scotland Yard inspector, for crying out loud. Why would I do something like that? Why would I be giving away confidential details to the likes of this bloke?
Admittedly, you wouldn't have any reason to do something like that, for no gain. But perhaps it was part of a deal of some kind. Then it starts to make more sense. What deal, counsel? I wonder, perhaps, in exchange for details about the peephole in the crime scene, Mr. Graydon agreed to give a certain something to the inspector.
I'm sure I need not remind the inspector that, if found to be true, striking a deal of any kind with a witness would be considered a gross cause of malfeasance. Well,
Objection!
It's becoming clear that jumping in with the accusations in this Nymphonese student's speciality.
I don't do that.
But without the stakes so high, with the stakes so high, the prosecution is not prepared to listen to baseless charges. It is incumbent on the defense now to present evidence in support of the diabolical claim.
Evidence?
Just what are you proposing that the inspector demanded in witness of the witness in return? The court must see proof of this alleged deal.
If Inspector Gregson really did strike a deal with Mr. Graydon, then logically, there's only one thing he could have asked for. That must be it.
Runo, do you think it could be?
Yep, it's the missing link that would join all the dots together in this puzzle.
I must press you all for an answer now, counsel. What evidence explains the nature of the alleged deal Inspector Gregson would witness?
I'm assuming they want the device, not the disc.
Hold up. Just in case. Just in case. Just in case.
Take that!
Inspector Gregson, besides this murder, is it not true that you've been working on another very important case?
What? Oh, you getting that now, sunshine?
Is it possible that this other top secret case is what's alluded to in this newspaper article here? The classified secrets being leaked overseas from the Ministry of Justice.
How the bleeding Noah could you?
We discovered during the course of this trial the music box deposited at Windibanks by Magnus McGilded. A special music box designed to play 2 discs at once. It would seem very likely now that encoded on the pair of discs that were in McGilded's possession are the leaked classified secrets. So I put it to you, Inspector, that in order to recover the second of the discs containing those secrets, you covertly made a deal with Mr. Grayson in which you exchanged the disc for details on the case.
You little... Ah!
Order! 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 On the day of the incident, when we met you at Windibanks, you said this.
I'll be taking that whatever it is of McGilded's down to the yard. Thank you very much. So hand it over.
No, don't give it to him. It's mine, that is mine.
I'm sorry, miss, but anything belonging to McGilded has to be taken in as evidence now.
Scotland Yard already knew at the time, isn't that right? That Madness McGilded was involved in the stealing of government secrets.
My orders were, cover the medium used to convoy the secrets leaked from the ministry, and do it on the QT, strictly hush-hush.
And that explains why, when I presented this disc as evidence to the court, you objected so heavily, I presume. Because you knew that it contained highly confidential information.
Blimey, not like me. I mean, I wasn't that sure of it myself. I realised there was a possibility, that's all. Inspector, surely you're not saying that in order to acquire the second of these music box discs, you indeed reveal confidential details of a crime scene to the witness. To aid and abet this man in giving false testimony.
There's no other way that Mr. Graydon could have known the existence of the people.
The only explanation, a deal that was struck between these two men. No.
I've had the thieves are just here this whole time. They just never left. If I stress if, this sobering assertion turns out to be founded in truth, it would mean that the second disc is, as we speak, here in this very courtroom.
Wait, what?
In this room? How could you possibly make a claim like that? Because Inspector Gregson is a Scotland Yard detective.
What? What's that supposed to mean, eh?
As a seasoned policeman, the inspector would have approached this alleged deal with caution. Certainly, he would not have accepted the gentleman's agreement in this matter. No, he would have insisted on having the article agreed upon in the palm of his hand.
Good gracious, then you mean to say Inspector Gregson already has the item in question in his possession? He has the second disc actually on his person?
Yes!
The defense demands that the inspector is searched at once.
Definitely. They could only have struck a deal with the other when Ginny was testifying before. And Gregsley hasn't moved from the witness stand since.
My lord, please, order the examination of his personal effects immediately.
Well, Inspector. This young lad wants to tone down his imagination. He's insulted me and my profession quite enough. Huh? However, if he'll put this matter to bed and dispel my doubts about my involvement, then I'll happy to submit a body search.
What? He's going to agree to it? I presume you're aware of the precipice on which you are now teetered, my learned student friend. You have made the most serious allegation against Scotland Yard here. If, following the search of the inspector's personal effects, no disc is found. You're the one who said it was on his body, not me. Sucks to suck, Vanzieks. You will be deemed unfit for court service. This trial will end, and my country's government will formally demand of yours that you are severely reprimanded. That sounds serious.
Indeed. To have a visiting student make such a defamatory remarks about our country's most senior police force is not something Her Majesty's government will be able to overlook.
You're just threatening Bruno because you're scared.
The accusation is beyond serious. You must be prepared for grave consequences. It's true. I can't imagine Gregson would have accepted a gentleman's agreement for something so critical. The disc must have physically changed hands, which means the inspector should have it. But somehow, something doesn't feel quite right here. So, what? The disc? He never took the disc out of the music box. However, the music box was brought here, which means that, what, Mr. Sholmes has it? Mr. Sholmes brought the box over. He was the same bailiff that took the blood evidence over as well. He was still him, so he currently has it out of the thing.
Very well, counsel. You know the implications. Let me ask you one final time.
Yes, my lord?
Do you still persist in formally requesting the search of the inspector's personal effects?
Search someone else? Oh. Are we gonna say search Mr. Sholmes? Oh man. Oh. Okay. Yes, the defense formally demands the search be conducted.
Well,
Don't say you wouldn't want, but your typical Nymphonese stubbornness may. Or Mr. Sholmes pickpocketed him, and that's why he has it. He didn't take it out of the music device, Mr. Sholmes just pickpocketed him. But your typical Nymphonese stubbornness may well be land you in hot water this time. Perhaps the lesson will do you some good.
fair enough. Oh, I've got nothing to hide. Very well then.
Or Mr. Sholmes pickpocketed it into his pocket. That would be funny. But no, I don't think that's it. The defense demands a search, but not of the Inspector Gregson. What?
What's all this? I'm the one you're accusing, aren't I? I thought you wanted to search me.
No, Inspector. Not you. Somebody else.
What's the meaning of all this, eh? Lost as it is, have you, sunshine? The court shouldn't have to put up with this nonsense. It all being completely irrational.
Be quiet, all of you.
Bruno's doing what you all told him to do and having the courage of his convictions. So you should respect that and listen to what he has to say in good faith. Because that's the British way.
Oh. Well said, young lady. Indeed, this court is in all the defense counsel's conviction and eagerly awaits the next words. Oh, what? Now, don't be hasty, my lord.
If I'm not mistaken about the things I've seen in court today, I'm fairly sure that I know who has the disc at the moment. There's only one person it can be.
Counsel, of whom do you request the search now?
Alright. I did make the save earlier, so I could fast forward through this if I need to. It's gonna be on Holmes.
Take that!
My lord, the defense demands the person be searched at once.
Good grief! What possible relation could exist between the person in that case, counsel?
Objection!
It would seem my Nymphonese friend does not understand the gravity of requesting such a search. If the defense counsel's aim is humiliation, perhaps this will give him a taste of his own medicine. Wait, what? Wait, what? That wasn't actually the right answer? It wasn't on Sholmes? Or are we gonna say it's Gina? God damn it. God, alright, it's Gina. Man, I call bullshit. Whatever. It should have been Sholmes.
Take that!
Alright, well, let me just fast forward through all this.
Objection!
Yes!
Because Gina thought it was valuable, so that's why she has it. She saw them do it and took it from them.
Objection!
All right. I'm pretty sure it's Gina. She pickpocketed
Take
off.
that!
My lord, the defense demands prisoners at once. Well, grief.
Objection!
Wait. Please tell me that wasn't wrong again. Wait, what? Wait. So, are we saying it's still on the other guy? Okay. Alright, now this I don't like. Come on. What's the point of her teaching us all to pickpocket? God damn, I have to sit through this again. God damn it.
Take that!
Sorry for wasting all this time. I thought it was going to be more fun than this. And instead of just, it's on the other guy still. It's gonna be, they made the deal, but they didn't have time to hand it over. They're gonna hand it over afterwards.
Yes! Objection!
Alright, just in case, I'm gonna save so I don't have to sit through this entire fucking thing again. I'm not restarting this entire section of trial over again for this. Not a fucking chance. Am I sitting through all of it?
Take that!
Mr. Ashley Grayson, my lord. The defense demands that he be searched at once. Very well. I presume you will not protest, Mr. Graydon. Au contraire. And so a brief body search was carried out by the court bailiff. A few short minutes later, it was revealed that Mr. Graydon had nothing on... It's still not him? But the story is continuing, so it was the correct choice for whatever reason. No, it's still game over? Thank you, consuls. I've seen enough. According to the powers vested in me by Her Majesty the Queen, I declare no further examination necessary. As such, I... Okay. Absolutely, look, my good sir. And please announce your findings of the court.
Guilty.
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 Is it supposed to be on him then? Is it actually on him and we reverse pickpocketed into his pocket? I don't... I would declare the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade. Guilty. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I applaud your consideration for the deliberations. Court is adjourned. So... I don't want to try from this scene. Are we supposed to say it's on this inspector and it really is on him? It didn't want it to be on Gina. It didn't say on Sholmes. Is it really actually on him? No, the whole setup makes it feel like it's not. It's got to be on someone else then. Then who? I don't...
Take that! Objection!
No, that's not it either. Alright, so is it really actually on him and it really is reverse pickpocketed into him? I don't know. Alright, I guess I'll just choose him again and...
Take that! Objection!
No? Alright, well... Then I guess it really is you need to accuse him. And he's gonna be like, how did that get there? And we're gonna say Mr. Sholmes put it in his pocket? I don't... There is no other person then. Unless it's one of them. But why would it be one of them? Unless we're saying that they took it back out of his pocket? No, it okay, I'm actually genuinely lost. I don't know what their train of thought is at this part here. Because they kind of pointed every sign that he doesn't have it. But now it's kind of like that they do. And it's not that Mr. Sholmes pickpocketed it. It's not that Gina pickpocketed it. I guess the answer is just get it wrong, restart from the scene. Fuck, I don't want to restart from the fucking beginning of the scene. I don't know. Yeah, I guess it really is. I gotta go back and start the scene over.
Take that!
Wait, he's the answer? Really? That's really the answer? Yeah, alright. The end of this trial is kind of falling apart for me. But anyway. Of my lord, Mr. Nash Skulkin. Well, I never. Eh? Me? Him? Very well then. Bailiff, restrain the witnesses and conduct a thorough search of his personal effects. Please, my lord. Inspector. Scotland Yard, has to object to this search.
Objection!
Unfortunately for you, Inspector, your objections carry no weight here.
Eh?
In this courtroom, only the prosecution and the defense have the authority to object.
But Lord Van Zakes,
I have no idea what forces are in play that might influence your actions. But personally, I have no intention of obstructing the course of this trial.
Bailiff, carry out the search.
Now, hold on, Mo. I don't know nothing. Nothing about no disc. Cut it out. Hey, oh, cut it out. I'm skulking here. Here, my lord. In the witness's pocket. I found this.
Good lord, that's...
Another music box disc. I don't know nothing about it. Nothing. Oh my god, is he really their brother? No. No. Is he really their brother? Oh, whatever. That is the second music box disc left behind by Magnus McGilded. Is it not, Inspector Gregson?
Ah!
Order! Order! Order!
Mr. Skulkin, whatever you say for yourself.
Gordon Bennett, I mean, just Gordon Flamin' Bennett. I swear I didn't know nothing about that disc. Honest to God.
Counsel, would you please explain exactly what's going on here? The alleged deal that was struck between this witness and this detective? No.
Without question, my lord.
Then, for pity's sake, why on earth was this man in possession of the disc that the inspector traded for information?
Inspector, yeah, actually tell me what the fuck's going on. I don't know. You actually need to tell me. Inspector Gregson is a shrewd, calculating man who rarely loses his composure. But at one particular point in this trial, he exhibited some unusual behavior for a brief moment.
I don't recall. What unusual behavior?
It was, yes, during my cross-examination of Mr. Graydon. Tell me, Mr. Graydon, when you left the pawnbrokery that night, was it by any chance the second disc in your jacket pocket?
I meant to nothing of the sort.
Oh. Oh. Yeah, I forgot that happened. I genuinely forgot that happened. That's him putting the disc in his coat. Okay, yeah, I genuinely forgot that even happened. Okay, whatever. While Mr. Graydon answered my questions, the inspector appeared to have grabbed Nash Skulkin by his coat and was shaking him violently. Yeah, you didn't know. Told me noggin was gonna fall clean off, I did. I was wishing I'd been born with, as me brother, I was. Now what exactly happened to make the detective attack you like that? I ain't got a clue. He just suddenly turned and grabbed me, whistled like that, and started shaking me. Why the blazes did you mention the third gun when we shot you down at the station? That's what he said. Yelled at me right in my old ear, all he did. Me head's still throbbing now.
Oh.
The way the detective behaved then was extremely out of character. But looking back now, it must have been that he did it. That was the opportunity Inspector Gregson created for himself in order to hide the disc.
Well, bless my wig, he hit it. But I'm afraid to fail comprehension of the motive here. If the detective had acquired the disc that he was after, why on earth would he then proceed to hide it in another man's pocket? It was a court of law. He could have submitted the item as evidence.
It would appear, my lord, that the inspector was not at liberty to do that.
Why ever not?
As the man himself revealed earlier, his current assignment has some special conditions.
More as well. A covered medium used to convey the secrets leaked from the ministry, and do it on the QT, strictly hush-hush. Hush-hush? Top secret assignment, is it?
As far as we're aware, the information stolen comes from confidential government communications. It would seem that the information were to be revealed in court as evidence. It would be problematic. Does that sum up the situation, Inspector?
I'm operating under direct orders from the ministry. I'm afraid I'm not at liberty to answer that question.
So, realizing that there was a chance that you may be searched here in court, you took steps to hide the disc you had acquired from the witness.
Ah, does it mean?
He only pretended to attack Mr. Skulkin in order to get close enough to him.
and slipped the second disc into his pocket.
So it was all a pretense? Well now, Inspector Gregson. And you, Mr. Graydon. Are you prepared to admit the accusations made against you of this alleged deal?
Admit to it. Yours truly, please.
Mr. Graydon.
Clearly, our Eastern visitor has an uncommonly active imagination. However, there's no proof that I passed that disc to the inspector.
Objection!
But then, how do you explain the reason that you knew about the peephole? I'm under no obligation to explain.
What?
Yes, I lied in my testimony, that I admit. So sentence me accordingly, but that is all I admit. Murder, leaking government secrets, striking a deal with the detective. Yeah, but once again, she could not have pushed the gun out of the peephole. There was no peephole. So there was no other gun that could have done it. So what are we doing here? I have no idea that any of this is about. You... Wait. Oh, we're dragging this on, huh? Well, what about you then, Inspector Gregson? Do you admit to making a deal with Mr. Graydon in order to acquire the disc?
Nope. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, as a Scotland Yard inspector, I will declare this and nothing more. I'm acting on the best interest of the country. Whatever I've done, it's been in the name of justice. So, as a member of the public of this foreign country, I would like to think you think that justice will be your guiding light when you're making your decisions.
Alright, so either this is going to continue for like another 2 hours, or it's just going to be declared a mistrial.
Oh, this is quite a quandary indeed. Really have encountered such extraordinary tumultuousness in the concluding of the trial. Nevertheless, in the absence of any further evidence to be presented, I believe it is time that we put the matter to the jury to one final earnings. Hell now, as a fellow servant of Queen and country, I must say I sympathize with the old inspector.
Yes, he's a dependable man. I'm quite sure in service one becomes a good judge of character.
Well, even crossing your eyes doesn't help when it comes to looking at this case. It's all blurred to me.
Well, as a fellow professional, I'd like to put my faith in the detective, really.
Graydon is highly skilled operator Stomp, currently in presence of Idle Stomp.
Detective has very much dust in his eyes. More than this, I cannot say.
I don't believe it. The 6 jurors are... They're gonna believe Gregson? If they declare the decision now... Is Jenny going to be found guilty?
If I don't manage to produce some definitive evidence right now, then we're gonna lose. Either some proof that Graydon killed Mr. Windibank, or that those government... Or... killed Mr. Windibank or stole those government secrets. Or some evidence to force Gregson into admitting that he struck a deal with the witness.
Well then, counsel, I think it's time I impose on the jurors to declare their final decisions, no? That is, unless you have some compelling evidence,
What are we doing now? If I let the judge call upon the jurors to announce their learnings, Gina will be found guilty.
So there's no choice then, Runo. You have to throw some more evidence at them.
This is it now. It all comes down to this. Who do I present evidence against, Gregson or Graydon?
I have no fucking clue.
Do we have the new disc?
No, we don't even have the new disc.
The manuscript. Yeah, I don't know. What would I show to who? I don't have the second disc. It's not like we can put the second disc into the music box. Unless that's what it wants. It wants me to put the music box in and then we play the two discs together. But then that exposes the Morse code, and then we can say it really was Morse code. This really is the secret. So he's gonna have to pipe up. I don't. Do we just leave it to the jury and the jury says not guilty because there's too much bullshit going around? I don't know. The game is kind of dragging this along, and now they want like another piece of evidence. I don't know. Is it just the music box again? I don't. Is the answer there is no, and we just trust the British people? It can't possibly. I can't possibly decide this. I think all I can do is leave it in the jury's capable hands. Of this statement. No, Runo. Look how far you've come. This is the final stretch. You need to pick the most explosive piece of evidence and throw it at the weakest witness. Hard. Just before you do. You deserve an explosive punishment for that weakest of decision. Jesus Christ, fuck off. Okay, so it's not the jury is just going to decide it. It's got to be Graydon. He's the weakest witness. Mr. Graydon, there's one final piece of evidence I would like you to see. You misguided fool. Whatever do you intend to show me? You'll be wasting your time. I have nothing left to lose. I assure you, I would admit to nothing. This is my last chance. It looks like I'm going to have to force his hand here. One final piece of evidence to get him to admit the deal he clearly struck on the stand. I have no idea what it wants. Is it just the box? I don't know.
Take that!
Is that Mr. McGilda's peculiar music box console? Yes, with the disc already in place, ready to play. I think perhaps... Okay, so why couldn't we have added in the second disc as evidence? And then I would have known to present the second disc. I mean, I get trying to make the things play, but I don't know. This is just kind of weird. I don't know. This entire ending's been kind of off, but whatever. I think perhaps now would be a time for listening to the sound produced by the music box again. Only this time, with the second disc we just discovered set in place as well.
Goodness, this disc, counsel.
No, wait. I can let you do that.
Why not?
Because, well, Because it's got nothing to do with this case. That's why.
Objection.
Not true, Inspector.
Eh?
The defense has already proposed that the sounds heard by the court earlier from this music box were part of Morse code message. We know that Morse code comprises of 2 distinct tones. The defense believes that the second disc contains this second tone needed to complete the message. And now we have a chance to confirm that theory.
We're crying out loud, Sunshine. We're talking about state secrets here.
Yeah, I don't... We should just have done this. This didn't need this part here. We're doing too many unnecessary question and evidence producing things here. That just doesn't seem to be making sense.
If you're letting the old courtroom hear confidential information like that, it's treason.
Then do you admit your charge that in order to protect those state secrets, you engage in unlawful dealings with the witness?
You're mad. If you let that secret information out into the public domain, you'll be making an enemy of the entire British government, you idiot.
Objection.
Let's not forget, Inspector, that you, a Scotland Yard officer, leaked your confidential case details to a witness. That you continue to lie to the court, and all because the fair means or foul, you're determined to do your duty. Well, by fair means or foul, I'm prepared to do mine.
Don't you dare.
I will stop at nothing to protect my client, who
I don't care who I make an enemy of.
My lord, if you please, the court must hear the sounds made by that music box.
Come on then, Zeeks, for Pete's sake, stop 'em.
Objection!
Inspector, you should know my methods by now. I am prosecutor. I am not Scotland Yard puppet. In this courtroom, my duty is to the law, so let me propose a toast, to uncovering the truth by fair means or foul.
No!
Very well, the defense's stance here and that of the prosecution is being made very clear, I feel. Therefore, in accordance with the defendant's request, the court will now listen to this music box and set in operation once more. This time with the second disc in place, and both discs playing simultaneously.
Oh, listen to that.
It's unmistakable now. It's Morse code. All right, I'm here, whatever you want. But for the love of God, shut the bloomin' box up.
Let me ask you again then, Inspector Gregson. Did you, or did you not, strike a deal with the witness next to you in the stand, Mr. Ashley Graydon?
Specifically, did you furnish the witness with confidential case details in exchange for the music box disc? Did you reveal the existence of the peephole in the pawnbroker storeroom door, Inspector?
I did.
Stop. Wait, no. Stop. What are you doing, man?
It's all exactly as the young Eastern lawyer said. When the trial resumed after the recess, and we were stood here in the stand together, that's when he approached me with the deal.
Shut up, you imbecile. Shut up. Psst, you there. You're the detective who turned up at the pawnbroker the other day, aren't you? I may have something you're looking for, Inspector. With me at this very moment. So how about a trade? I suggest you accept. Or information that may make certain individuals uncomfortable will soon come very public indeed.
I couldn't let that information become public knowledge, not under any circumstances. So I accepted the man's proposal and told him details about the case that should have put him in the clear. The peephole in the storeroom door and the bloodstains on the overcoat.
Like, given so, the thing is, if you just let him get arrested, you could just have taken the disc from him. You're a Scotland Yard inspector. you could just have taken it from him, unless you were worried he didn't have it on him and you would have to try finding it afterwards. But once he's in your custody, then you can just kind of, you can work him over. You can find it out of him. Maybe make him give it up before you, I mean, I guess the death is execution, so you might not be able to get it out of him before you kill him. I don't know, whatever. By giving false testimony, the witness intended to have the defendant wrongly accused of murder. Inspector, you knew that. Yet you still revealed those details to facilitate the witness's perjury.
I did, but then it turned out the peephole had only been made that night after the incident took place. Scotland Yard wasn't aware of that, if I'm perfectly honest.
Well, Mr. Graydon, what do you have to say for yourself? There's nothing, and no one left for you to hide behind. You struck a deal with the inspector in order to escape conviction of a very serious crime. Namely this. You are the third intruder who broke into the pawnbrokery on the night in question. Yeah, we knew that. And you perpetrated the murder of the proprietor, Mr. Pop Windibank. We could have gotten him for this without anything else. I don't know why we're...
Traitor!
With the broken cane. Oh no, his chips!
Bailiff! Bailiff! Restrain that man! At once!
That's it then. It's all over. I despised my life growing up. I despised my life growing up. Those slums are vile places. I was cursed from birth, born into poverty, the son of a penniless artisan. My parents did nothing but quarrel all day long. What little money they had was never spent on me. So I set about studying to better myself, to one day escape from that hellhole.
And you eventually became a communications officer. I admire your determination.
But then you decided to try to sell government secrets. Why? Isn't it obvious? Because I wanted money. Even now, years later, the nightmares of my life in the slums wake me in the small hours. I wanted to drown them out with more money than anyone who lived in that squalor could ever imagine. Then one day I met him, Mr. Magnus McGilded. If you're a fin with a quarrel talent, as you are, I've money to throw you away if you're interested. All you need to do is go along with me, a little plan now. I was to steal the ministry's telegraphic messages. Logs, and McGilded would buy them for a handsome sum. As I was responsible for inspections in the ministry's communications office, it was a simple enough task. The lure of the devil's offerings, how easy it is to succumb.
What you must surely have realized the seriousness of the crime you were committing.
And for that reason, I took great lengths to ensure that my actions were untraceable. By using the music box, my father was a brickmaker, though my mother would divorced him when I was still a child. Yes, Mr. Mason Milverton. That's right. He was very skilled with his hands. He'd once been a music box maker's apprentice. I imagine his skills would be sufficient to create a machine that could generate Morse code. So I sought out my father again to employ his services. It was the first time I'd seen him since I left the slums 10 years earlier.
Look at you, Ashley. What a fine gent to become, eh?
He was a different man than the one in my memory, a thin, frail old man. But poverty had never broken him, never corrupted him like it had me. I was sure that he wouldn't help me if I told him the real reason, so I made up a story. Now I've got some work for you, Father. I need some music box discs made.
Music box discs, eh? A musician's friend of mine has
written some music he wants to sell to the public. I brought the score with me. There are two, actually.
I'd be delighted, son. It's been 20 years since I did any work like this, though. Fetch my tools, would you? They're in the loft.
Everybody knows that the two professions that are closely linked are music box making and brick making. And that's how I had him make the two discs. Thereby splitting the information in two, you were taking considerable precautions indeed. It was to protect myself as much as anything. It meant that I could deal with McGilded in two separate transactions. The first involved the first of the two discs and the music box for playing them. I exchanged them with McGilded for 10 guineas. Then, on receipt of the second disc, he would pay 1,000 guineas. So, what happened on the omnibus 2 months ago? What was the second part of the deal? The exchange of the second disc? Yes, I sold the man information that way for a number of times already. But it seems he became reluctant to part with his money.
Well, that doesn't quite make sense, Mr. Graydon. For what was it on the omnibus 2 months ago? Your father, Mr. Milverton, was the one dealing with Mr. McGilded, and not yourself.
When I received 1,000 guineas after my first completed dealings with McGilded, I decided to give 200 to my father for his troubles. But my father realized something was amiss. In time, he worked out that I must be involved in something dubious. And when he did, he said to me,
Next time there's an exchange, you'll let your old man do it, understand? Otherwise, I won't take your money anymore.
That was my father's way of dealing with it, I suppose. Climb into the omnibus, hand over the second disc, and take the money from McGilded. That's it. He had no idea what was actually... No, your father refused to hand it over, was telling him the deal's off, and that's why he killed him. He had no idea what was actually on the discs I asked him to make. He never knew. Just like I'll never know why everything went so horribly wrong that night. All I know is that the disc was taken from him, and he never returned home. It was only then that I found out what sort of monster McGilded really was. So after 10 years of not once uttering it, I swore on my father's name. To exact revenge. Revenge? As anyone with even the remotest knowledge of the man will no doubt be able to imagine, McGilded brought all his wealth and influence to bear in the most despicable ways. To crush any semblance of justice in his trial. The crime scene was tampered with, evidence was fixed, the witnesses were bribed. That trial 2 months ago was a farce from the start with the finish. My feet had barely touched British soil back then, and I walked in that hornet's nest, completely unaware of the sinister background to it all. I made plenty of money out of my dealings with McGilded by then, so I spared nothing in my arrangements 2 months ago. I knew exactly who to hire. If you're willing to pay the price, there are people in the city willing to do anything you ask. McGilded himself had shown me that. Or, are you saying that? I think you have the picture now. After he twisted everything to his favor in this courtroom to ensure that he walked free. I took matters into my own hands and delivered the justice that monster deserved. That tragic accident following the trial here 2 months ago was planned and executed by yours truly. McGilded's death that day was caused by this man?
Everything is ready, sir. I'd like you to follow me to the courtroom. What's this, officer? 'Tis sooner than I was led to believe. I hope it's not inconvenient, sir, but there was some...
I hope it's not inconvenient, sir, but there were some changes in the schedule.
Well, I must be making tracks now. It's time for another inspection. They're not going to examine the omnibus again, so I'm told. I asked if I could be present for it myself.
So that policeman who came to tell McGill that he could examine the omnibus again. That's right, an imposter, hired by me. McGilded used his wealth to manipulate the trial. He paid people to adulterate the omnibus with all manner of false evidence. He threatened witnesses to lie in their testimony. So I gave this man a taste of his own medicine. Once the omnibus was doused in paraffin, one of my sham policemen ushered McGilded inside and set him on a one-way journey to hell. An eye for an eye. That's how I avenged my father's death.
A spine-chilling account, indeed.
But that wasn't the end of it for me. There was a loose end, you see. A loose end? Yes, I should think it's obvious. The second disc, which my father had taken to exchange with McGilded.
Ah, yes. There was indeed no mention of it at the man's trial 2 months ago. Clearly because it had been removed from the scene of the crime.
When I realized it was missing, I remembered something. Something from the first time I dealt with McGilded. This is the first of the 2 discs, and the music box you need to play them.
Well, look at that now. That's an ingenious little invention. So then, as promised, 10 guineas for ye, young man.
What is this? Windibank's pawnbroker, eh?
Aye, 'tis a pawnbroker's ticket, you see it is. If you can use it to redeem the article I deposited there for you. There's no need for you to give a name, just hand over the ticket and tell them Finn the watchword. I put a jewel in pawn for you. I'll fetch a good 10 guineas if you set it so it will.
I've never heard of a pawnbrokery being used in quite that way before.
Have you not, Mr. Graydon? London's pawnbrokers are very useful places, you know. Each one is like an extremely secure vault.
So I knew that if he'd taken steps to hide the disc, it would be that pawnbrokery somewhere. And that on the night he killed my father, he must have entrusted the ticket to someone. Alright, since this is clearly going to be going on for a while longer, I need to refill my drink. I am very thirsty. That night he killed my father. He must have entrusted the ticket to someone. Yes, to Gina. I remember now that when we first met you at Windibanks that afternoon 2 days ago, you had your description of Mr. Straw written down. How did you know who you were looking for? From the trial, that pickpocket's testimony was clearly peculiar, and anyone could see that. I realized immediately that she was another of McGilded's pawns, and he must have threatened her somehow. I was fairly convinced it would be her who had the tickets, so I started to make some inquiries. I had a strong suspicion the girl would come out of the woodwork on the redemption deadline. And he was absolutely right. And yes, sure enough, she did. All I needed to do was wait until the girl went to Windibanks to redeem the articles. But unfortunately, she redeemed only McGilded's overcoat and the one disc that was in the pocket. The all-important music box with the second disc inside was missing, because it had already been forfeited 2 days earlier. But I was unaware of that fact. Had I not been, I could have avoided my nighttime excursion.
Meanwhile, as our investigation into the stolen government secrets was progressing, we picked up on the fact that McGilded was involved.
Inspector, you've recovered fast.
My orders were to recover the stolen information as quickly as possible. So we started gathering the fella's possessions and examining whatever we could lay our hands on. We had a full-scale investigation going on at the yard, but we had to keep it as quiet as we could.
Then, when the inspector here took the disc from me in the pawnbrokery that day, I became nervous. I was sure the music box and the second disc were still there in the shop somewhere. So I knew that it was a race against time. I had to find those articles before the police did. So that's what prompted you to break into the place that same night. With the help of your old friends, the Skulkin brothers. What happened that night at the pawnbrokery, I could only describe as a nightmare. While Nash and Ringo were searching the counter, I located the music box I'd sold to McGilded on the shelves of forfeited articles. And the second disc was inside. Yes, I slipped it into my pocket with a very deep sigh of relief. But then, something entirely unexpected happened.
What are you doing in my shop?
Bang. A gunshot rang out in the shop, and I felt a sharp pain in my left arm. The broker fired his gun, and the bullet pierced your limb. Yes, exactly. But unfortunately, I decided to bring my own gun with me that night, just in case. Before I knew what was happening, I'd fired back. The man had already turned to flee. I hadn't intended to fire in his direction, much less kill him. But unfortunately for both of us, the bullet hit home. It struck him in the middle of his back as he fled to the storeroom door for refuge.
Sorry tale.
It all took place in the blink of an eye. I don't imagine Nash and Ringo even realized what had happened at first. I was terrified, so I fled. And that's the whole story. That's everything that happened at Windibanks on that wretched night.
Earlier you called McGilded the monster, a man who used his wealth and influence to distort the facts and escape justice for the crime of murder. What tragic irony, for what you have done is exactly the same. You have become the very monster you saw and despised so deeply in McGilded. Yes, I think I have.
Well, this has been a long and exhausting trial. However, it would seem that at last we have arrived at the truth. Inspector Gregson, what of Mr. Ashley Graydon?
He's been restrained, my lord, and has been escorted to the yard. He'll be charged with the murder of Mr. Winterbank and the stealing of government secrets.
Very good. And you, Inspector, regrettably, you will have to face charges yourself.
Yes, my lord, of course. It transpires that you were complicit in helping a criminal escape justice. The fact remains, whether or not you were doing so in the line of duty. The crime is a serious one, Inspector. And inexcusable.
Now to the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade.
Yeah?
It is time for the final jurisdiction. Is the jury ready, Mr. Foreman?
Yes, sir. Garrett Deb Squadron standing by, sir. This is it, really, it now. One last push, the final call, the finishing whistle. My men are ready to deliver their verdicts.
Thank you, Mr. Foreman. Very well, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, will you now declare your final decisions of the court?
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Aha! That's the stuff! I'm off the hook! Finally, Bruno, you finally managed to do it!
Finally is the word. I really wasn't sure of the outcome at the top, that we'd come out top a while there.
Susie was right. You're the best lawyer in the world.
Miss Lestrade, I'm not finished with you yet.
Eh? What are you looking at me like that for?
Before you start enjoying your freedom, there are certain crimes to consider.
Eh?
2 months ago, in my courtroom no less, you gave false testimony, did you not? And in revelation to the trial today, not only did you unlawfully enter Winterbank's pawnbrokery, you also attempted to abscond Mr. McGilded's property, it seems.
Eh? I never done nothing of the sort.
Of course not. It's not like you were gleefully wearing McGilded's coat in your cell yesterday or anything.
Aw, and just when I was getting excited about throwing a party for Ginny this evening.
And turning our attention to the defense. Determining that, when played together, the music box disc contained a message and Morse code was, well, it was certainly a most unexpected revelation, counsel.
Quite so, my lord. The prosecution was caught entirely off guard. In fact, I think we should applaud my learned friend's courage here today. I propose a toast to demanding that government secrets be disseminated before the entire courtroom.
Very sorry about that. It was the only way that I could get the Inspector Gregson to admit that what he'd done, so... If I may say something on that point. Isn't that... It's, about the sounds produced by the music box before. I do wonder if that was really Morse code at all.
What?
What are you saying, madam?
Oh, well, it's just that I'm really rather fanatical when it comes to Morse code, you see? So much that the whole world seems to be covered in dots and dashes to me, in fact.
Goodness, madam. An unearthly level of obsession, one would say.
But I must say that, in my opinion, the sounds produced by the two discs were nothing more than that. A meaningless series of two different tones.
What? Can that really be? It wasn't Morse code at all?
My lord, the defense would like to listen to the music box again. Are you off your nut? How many times do I have to tell you that those discs contain ministerial secrets, Sunshine? This courtroom is not an appropriate forum to discuss the nature of government communications. We know McGilder conspired to trade national secrets with our enemies, secrets acquired from Mr. Graydon. Now that man has admitted to his crimes, we have no need to pursue the matter further. Ugh, but it's really gonna bother me.
Mr. Lestrade,
Yeah, my lord?
what you have seen today here in this courtroom has been exhaustingly disturbing. Extremely disturbing.
Falsified evidence, intimidation, perjury, a grim catalogue of depravity.
An appalling experience to befall any child.
Come on, it ain't nothing I don't see most days in the back slums.
I beg your pardon.
If you're weak, you pay for it. That's just how life goes. Gina. But look, I reckon I've worked something out today. The world ain't fair, but if you want to change, you've got to start at home. You got to change how you are yourself.
Well, that's a very laudable lesson, I would say. I look forward to the born-again Mr. Lestrade ever gracing my courtroom with her presence again. You're going to be a witness next time. Sorry, you're going to be a juror next time. Now, with regard to the murder of Mr. Pop Winterbank, proprietor of the pawn and bank business at Baker Street, I hereby declare the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade, not guilty.
Thank you, Santa.
That is all. Court is adjourned.
On a personal note, I must say you surprise me, my Far Eastern friend.
Oh?
Despite being a Nymphonese, you saw through the pretense of the malice that festered within that Englishman, and at the same time saw through the grime to the surprising heart of your English client. You have a curious talent for judging character, especially considering our very different cultures. I don't think there's anything curious about it. Whether we're from the Empire of Great Britain or the Empire of Japan, we're all human beings. We're not so very different on the inside. You'll know, I took this case for one very simple reason. To lock swords with you once again, here in the courtroom.
You did?
When I encountered you for the first time 2 months ago, it reminded me of toasting friendship and trust with another Nymphonese, only to find my trust betrayed. Through you, I hope to look into the eyes of the man I once knew and try to understand. You mentioned something similar earlier today. About total betrayal at the hand of a Japanese? What happened exactly? Well, you may ask. And one day, when the time comes, you will learn the answer. Whether you like it or not.
It was your father.
No, it might have been, her father. That could make sense. It's, Sasato's father, maybe. Alright, then I'll wait for that day if I must. Coming to be known as the Reaper of the Bear. Retirement from service 5 years ago. It gave me cause to wonder if our meeting has some deeper purpose. So, farewell, my learned Nymphonese fellow. Until we meet again.
It's done. It's over at last. But Where's Iris disappeared to?
Ah,
Congratulations, Gina. I knew it all along. I knew that you were innocent.
well, you did what you said, Miss Naruto. I believe in me, right up to the end. You're as old as your name.
You're as old as your name. What's odd about it? I told you I had faith in you, didn't I?
No one never has before, see. Kept the promise, I mean, properly.
That's awful.
I figured something out today. All my life, growing up in the slums, I never trusted no one. But that's just 'cause I've been scared of being stabbed in the back. I mean, the more you trust someone, the more it hurts when they let you down.
Yes, I think I can understand that. After all, I had a taste of it in that trial 2 months ago. I chose to trust someone and paid for it. Betrayal left a big scar. You know, though, Gina, I worked something out quite recently too. Trusting in someone else really is an exercise in learning to trust yourself. And when your gut tells you it's the right thing to do, and your trust is rewarded, there's no better feeling in the world. I think I have you to thank for that, reminding me of that valuable lesson.
Oh well, if you say so. Don't make a fat lot of sense to me though.
I'm trying to say that putting my faith in you, Gina, has been a real pleasure.
For crying out loud, pack it in. But I suppose I sort of feel the same way. I mean, sometimes trusting someone else is, you know, alright.
Thanks. This is the way I see it, Ryunosuke. A defense lawyer is only as good as his faith in his client. And that comes down to how much faith he has in himself. After this experience, I'm starting to feel like I understand what you mean. Cosmo, am I living up to your expectations? Am I turning out to be the lawyer you believed I could be? Pardon the interruption. But what the deuce does a man have to do to be noticed around here, my dear fellow? Ah, that voice! It's too late for that voice now, Mr. Naruhodo. I've been standing here patiently in the corner of the room for an eternity. Aha, yes, it was me all along, I would have said, when finally you noticed me. But you people, with your incessant blabbing.
Ah, Mr. Sholmes?
Yes, it was me all along, you see. I'd assumed you'd been taken back to the hospital, to be honest. Indeed, I was, but I managed to escape again. Oh. I happened to be aware of one or two foibles in the doctor who was tending to me. I merely made my knowledge of them known to the man as he happily issued me with a leave of absence. How very above board. But enough of my adventures. That was fine. That was a fine victory, Mr. Naruhodo. Your tireless efforts justly rewarded, I feel. Congratulations on order. As a close friend, I tip my hat to you. Oh, thank you?
Some great detective you are. Great at being cold as ice, maybe?
Have I irked you in some way, Mr. Strahd?
While you may have been snoozing in your nice soft bed, some of us have been fighting for our lives.
Ah, well, that bullet did cause me to lose a substantial amount of blood, it's true. So I have indeed been feeling somewhat cold. Not perhaps as cold as ice, but, well, have a feel. Could you take your hand off my neck, please, Mr. Sholmes? And in some way, I suppose, congratulations are in order for you too, Mr. Strahd.
What's that supposed to mean? Why so half-hearted?
Well, naturally. It isn't my intention to alarm you, but an acquittal in a trial that with a particular prosecutor is perhaps a little precarious. Well done, Mr. Sholmes. Not alarming in the slightest.
Oh, the Reap, what do you mean? Because anyone who's found not guilty in a trial he was working on winds up dead anyway? Is that it?
The very point I was trying to make. And exemplified by the fate of Mr. McGilded, in fact. Ah, but of course, I pay no attention to such irrational drivel myself.
Yeah, well, it don't bother me.
Oh, really?
Of course not, the way I see it, the Reaper's a bit like I'm upstairs.
Him upstairs? You mean like God?
Yeah, I'm upstairs knows what's what, right? He knows what people are like on the inside. He won't have got the wrong end of the stick. There are some coves like that in Bog Turtle what are rotten to the core. At the end of the day, I'm upstairs making sure they get what they deserve.
I suppose that's one way of looking at it. Divine justice is one thing, though. The Reaper taking matters in his own hands and claiming lives is another.
Well, it ain't like the McGildeds of this world, so I ain't scared. I got principles, see?
A trait in which it is to be admired, Mr. Strahd.
Oi, just give it a rest, alright?
I was saying nothing. I was just saying congratulations on order. The news of your acquittal was very welcome news to me indeed. Let me express my heartfelt congratulations, Gina.
Well, there you are, Hurley. How long have you been here? Honestly, I went to the main entrance especially to meet you there.
Ah, Iris, my dear, I do apologize. But wait until I tell you what happened. This pair made utter fools of themselves.
What happened?
As you know, I have a penchant for disguise. I was hiding in this room dressed as a bailiff. But these dolts didn't notice my presence at all. They had no idea. Can you imagine, Iris? Could you credit it?
I'm not sure I really.
I beg your pardon?
I'm sorry, Hurley, but you just don't have the weighty presence you seem to think you have. In fact, you really ought to be careful about that. It's going to land you in trouble one day.
I'll be careful. Ouch.
Anyway, it's such a shame. I was so hoping to throw a party for Ginny tonight, but you won't be able to come, will you? Don't look at me like I'm going to be going nowhere for a while. You heard the judge's patter. I got stopped to make amends for apparently. All in the morphin fences. What was it again? Breaking and entering? Breaking the Bog Turtle stuff? What was in his log? Blah blah blah.
Yes, I think you'll find that basically being a pickpocket is the main offense.
But driving ain't an offense. It's a job, isn't it?
I don't think so. Or I don't think so.
Still, it has got me thinking all this. Maybe I should start looking for another line of work. I mean, you didn't start off as a lawyer, did you, Odo?
Well, no. But I was never a pickpocket.
Well, anyway, I reckon I can make a change. I'm gonna do something for all them that's like me in the slums. Something that makes a difference for them. That's a wonderful idea, Ginny, and I'm sure you can do it. What is it? Nothing.
Miss Gina Lestrade, a breath of carrot has arrived, madam. Come with me to the rear gate at once.
Right. Well, looks like I'm off then.
Yes. Goodbye, Gina. And good luck.
Odo?
Yeah?
Ah! What was that for? I don't know. I mean, I don't know what to say, so...
Ah, indeed. Perhaps the situation calls for a phrase hitherto missing from your vocabulary, Mr. Strahd.
Eh?
On occasions such as this, I would recommend a simple thank you.
Oh. Oh, yes. It's good advice, Ginny. Right. I see. Well...
New animation unlocked.
Thanks, Odo. Thank you for everything what you've done. For believing in me.
Not at all. In fact, that should be my line. Thank you, Gina. Well, there she goes. I wonder if we'll ever see her again. Well, well, quite the indomitable pick purse.
Oh, I nearly forgot. I brought a piece of paper outside. It's a special edition, and this trial's all over the front page. Pickpockets innocence proven. Isn't it wonderful?
You should have shown it to Gina, Iris. She would have been thrilled.
Oh no, how silly of me. Ah, but anyway, would you like the good news or the bad news?
Not again.
Well, what do you say, Runo? Hurley?
As usual, I think I'd rather get the bad news out of the way first. Absolutely not. I have no intention of listening to anything but good news.
And there you have it. How people answer that question says a lot about them, doesn't it?
Let's not go there.
Alright then, maybe let's start with the good news this time. The rain has finally stopped. It was a record level of rainfall apparently.
Well, that is good news indeed. We can journey back in great comfort. Alright then, what's the bad news?
The huge storm has left the seas very choppy. The channel in particular is awful, so sailings out of Dover have been delayed by a day or more.
Wait, Dover?
That's right. If we head to the station immediately, we may still make it in time to wave Susie off.
But there won't be a train, surely. We couldn't be that lucky. Who do you think I am, Mr. Naruhodo? Mr. Sholmes? I rushed to Victoria Station earlier and made arrangement for a special express. If we hurry now, we shall be there in time for dinner. Oh, come on, we're hitting 4 hours. Please, just end it already. Aww. And I know of a fine restaurant that serves the most delicious baked sole. The great detective does it again. Indeed he does. I happen to be aware of a number of the rail transport director's foibles. What? I merely made my knowledge of them known to the man, and he happily laid on the locomotive, elementary. Just an idea, but I might be wise to stop manipulating people that way.
What are we waiting for then? To London, Victoria.
That took somewhat longer than I anticipated.
Susie's boat must be about to leave.
Mr. Sato, where are you? Over there, look! It looks like she's reading something.
Hold it!
Mr. Sato, wait! What are you doing?
Mr. Naruhodo, what are you doing here?
We came as soon as you could after the trial. I mean, we heard that the sailings were being delayed due to the bad weather, you see.
Oh, I see. Then tell me, how did Gina's trial go?
It went well. She was acquitted. And then also convicted.
That's wonderful. Really wonderful news.
The book you're about to throw into the sea. It was your Encyclopedia of British Law, wasn't it?
Oh dear, I was hoping you hadn't seen that. I'm not worthy of practicing law in any way now, so I was saying my final farewell.
You were saying goodbye to law? You, Susato-san? Would I be correct in assuming it's because of the people, Mr. Sato?
I deliberately altered the scene of a crime, and then I decided to hide the fact. What I did is utterly unforgivable. That reminds me. How did you even come to have this, Susie? On the evening of the incident, Mr. Sholmes had invited Gina to dinner, if you remember.
And we were doing the pickpocketing thing.
Oh yes, I had a wonderful time. Well, Gina gave us a little introductory lesson, didn't she? In the art of pickpocketing, I mean. Oh, that was so much fun. I stole Runo's armband.
Yes, please don't do that again, Iris. The band's very important to me.
Well, if it's so important, you should pay more attention to it. You didn't notice for ages. On a whim, I thought it would be fun to see if I could take the cat flap-o-mat, so I put it up my sleeve. Really? And then I rather forgot about it, until I found myself— yeah, it stayed in your sleeve the entire time, not noticed the giant fucking contraption. I found myself within Mr. Winterbank's shop with it later on that night.
I see.
And then— ah! Mr. Sholmes! Mr. Sholmes!
Leave me, Mr. Naruhodo. Right.
After Mr. Naruhodo had left the shop, I started to think. That door started to play on my mind. That the storeroom door—
The storeroom door, you mean?
yes, if Gina was anywhere in the shop, I realized it could only be behind that door. And at that moment, the little device that I had up my sleeve sprang to mind. I was so worried about Gina, I simply had to know.
So, you use the cat flap-o-mat to make the peephole in the door?
That's captured in a photographic print of the shop by one of Hurley's red-handed recorders.
Indeed, it was one of the first importance. It was of the first importance, that point. Precisely when the peephole was made, that information would have proven to be Mr. Naruhodo's greatest weapon. Naturally, without proof, it would have been amounted to nothing.
But when I looked through the hole at the door, the sight that met my eyes made my blood run cold. Thoughts started to run through my mind. I remembered that the trial 2 months earlier,
The trial of Magnus McGilded?
I thought about how we had manipulated the evidence and arranged false testimony to secure his freedom. It made the British justice system feel very dark and sinister to me. And then, a terrible thought occurred to me. What if some wicked criminal was planning to do the same thing now?
Huh?
Because from the appearance of the crime scene, it looked exactly as though Gina shot Mr. Winterbank. Even though I was sure she would never have done such a thing.
You were worried that the true culprit would try to frame her for the crime?
That's right. But then I realized it would be very difficult for anyone to give false testimony in this case.
What do you mean?
Well, the crime appeared to have happened behind the door of a locked room. For someone to claim falsely to have witnessed it, there would have been no way to see it beyond the door.
Ah. For which, a peephole would be the very thing.
Only, the peephole I had made wasn't actually there until after the crime scene had been committed, of course. And the criminal would know that, so it wouldn't make any difference.
But the possibility of a rather ingenious trap that...
No. This was just an excuse to fuck around.
A trap? Is that why she did it?
So, this is why you kept it a secret, Susie. You never mentioned that you made the peephole to anyone, not even the police. I know, and I knew at the time what I knew was doing was wrong, a criminal offense even. That's why I decided to confide in Mr. Sholmes. If Mr. Naruhodo was completely backed into a corner with no other possible means of escape, the truth about the peephole could save him. That was my plan.
She really does think of everything.
But then, why didn't you just tell me everything before the trial began?
My dear fellow, you're not thinking straight.
If she had done that, it would have rendered you complicit in the whole escapade.
Ah.
You could have been disbarred if you had been seen to have knowingly tampered with the crime scene.
So Mr. Slider decided to shoulder the burden of the responsibility alone. For your sake, and Miss Lestrades.
Mrs. Sato. The truth is, when it happened, I did it because I lost a little of my faith in the law.
Oh.
I was worried that the right person wouldn't be convicted of the crime, but the moment I allowed myself to think that is the moment I lost the right to call myself a judicial assistant.
What you did isn't comparable to what he did. Graydon is the one who lied on the witness stand, using that peephole as a way to implicate Gina. And besides, if the peephole inconsistency hadn't existed, I'm not at all sure that she would have been acquitted in the end.
No, because then he couldn't have made lies about there being a different gunman.
It would just have been, there were 2 guns, both of them were fired. Where is the third gun? And he would have had to have produced the third gun or have lied about it. Because there is no other gun in the locked room because it was locked and there's no way in. So the only way for there to have been another gun is for him to have had it. And we would have had to have him produce the gun. And then it would have been like, yep, so now we know exactly what happened. He would have been locked in there. Like he would have still been locked. This just made it bounce around for a while. Where we had to find the disc and worry about the disc. Mrs. Sato, what you did saved Gina's life.
Well, with your kind words, Mr. Naruhodo, you've saved me too, from my regrets.
Well, we must all be thankful that Mr. Strahd's freedom has been assured. Yes, exactly. Although, some of the loose ends of that trial will continue to play on my mind, I'm sure.
But the revelation that the music box disc contained secret messages, Mr. Naruhodo. What a triumph to work that out. I'm full of admiration.
Well, actually, that argument wasn't quite compelling as I thought it was.
Oh, it wasn't?
There was a communications officer among the jury, remember, you see, a telegraph operator, and she said that the majority of the sounds on the disc were just meaningless tones. As one would expect, after all, we are talking about secret government communications. No doubt they were written in cipher to avoid being readily understood should they have been intercepted. In cipher? I see. So then we could never have hoped to understand the message anyway? Nonsense, my dear fellow. It's quite a zero-pipe problem, I assure you. So... What?
Well, that can't be a real word, can it? How funny.
Wait. Iris, what did you just say?
Oh, I just said asogi. Does that word mean something to you?
Mean something? Asogi was the name of my best friend.
What?
But how did you know that name, Iris? Oh, they couldn't understand it because it was in Japanese.
I wrote down during the trial before, when the message was playing on the music box.
She transcribed it on the fly? She really is a genius.
I thought the message probably won't be written out in plain Morse code, so I tried various ways to interpret it. But whatever I tried, the words just didn't seem to make any sense. That is, in English at least. Oh. It suddenly occurred to me, you see, there's more than one Morse code, not just English variety. Various countries around the world have altered and added a Morse code to use it for their own language.
I don't believe it. Are you saying...
That's right. I've only actually seen a chart of Japanese Morse code once before, but I think it's based on the Iroha pentagram, isn't it?
You mean to say the Japanese Morse code, the message says asogi?
Yes, I think so. Sorry, but I don't remember all of the Japanese Morse code.
Iris, would you let me see that? Mrs. Sato, do you know Japanese Morse code?
Well, of course I do. Yes, I spent time studying it. Because I'm quite sure Morse code will become ever more important in international communications.
Then might I recommend, my dear madam, that you focus your efforts on the English version.
Be that as it may, Iris, show me the message, please. Of course. But what can this possibly mean?
Whatever is in the long sequence is supposedly meaningless dots and dashes. It's made the colors drain from Sasato-san's face.
There's no doubt about this message is written in Japanese Morse code.
So the British Empire has been using Japanese for its secret communications?
I don't understand the reason why, but the message appears to be a list of 4 people's names.
4 names?
The first is Kei Asogi.
Kazuma Asogi. Why? What was his name on that disc?
The second is A Shin.
Shin? I don't recognize that name.
The third is T Gregson.
Egu Gregson? It would seem Tobias Gregson is the third man on the list. And what was his name doing in a secret government communications as well?
And the last name?
What's the matter, Mrs. Sato?
It's just so strange. It's unexpected. Oh, what is it, Susie? Don't keep us in suspense.
Naruhodo.
The last name is J. Oh, okay. Is J. Wilson.
Your father.
What?
Wilson?
John H. Wilson? You mean Daddy?
Is this the report saying that they're investigating his murder?
It says only J. Wilson, so I'm afraid I can't be sure. Then, after the 4 names, it reads, if I translate from Japanese, that is all 4. And that's the end of the message, or rather, the end of what you noted down, Iris.
Yeah, they did turn it off really quick, so. I just can't believe it. Whoever made that thought? That those discs contain Japanese Morse code. Not to mention a strange list of some disturbingly familiar names. It would appear that this particular message is a communication of some kind between Great Britain and the Empire of Japan.
So, Daddy could be in Japan then. Where Susie and Runo come from. Oh, well... no, it's not very likely really, is it? I mean, there are thousands of people with the surname Wilson, and there must be lots of J's among them.
Professor John H. Wilson, visiting professor of medicine at the Imperial Yume University. But we can't tell Iris about that now. We just can't. This is so strange, somehow. In solving the case of Mr. Windibank's murder today, I feel like I've rolled back a boulder in the mouth of a very dark cave.
I do wonder if perhaps it's a dark cave that we shouldn't go wandering inside.
Honk.
Oh dear, the ship's going to set sail soon.
Yes, it seems so.
I'll sail on that steamship first in port to the Dunkirk in France. Then I'll change to a larger passenger vessel bound for Japan. You're really going then, Susie?
We wish you a safe passage, Mrs. Sato.
Thank you so much. I wish all of you the very best.
Mrs. Sato, I had hoped to have you always at my side, to guide me and support me.
Mr. Naruhodo,
Please, come back soon. As far as I'm concerned, you really are the very best judicial assistant in the world.
I'm quite sure. I'll be back before you know it.
Yeah, I mean, it's not too wild. Like, if you didn't know they were making a second game, I would say this is like, alright, well, it kind of sucks that there's a bunch of cliffhangers, and there's a bunch of stuff from some of the other cases that I think is still missing and isn't being mentioned. But it's not that bad. I still think some of the stuff in the trial was kind of weird at the very end. Like, everything was going really well until they did this cat flap thing, but it's fine. It doesn't matter. But they're setting up nice mysteries for later, for us to continue in the second half, so that's nice at least.
Really, Susie? Oh, now don't forget, Iris. I made you a promise I've yet to fulfill. A promise? About your manuscript.
Oh yes, the Hound of the Baskervilles.
Well, I'll be waiting this for you then, Susie. A promise is a promise.
Definitely, Iris. I mean, true. Yeah, we are discovering the little bit that we let out, they got out in the trial, as to get him to actually admit everything, as they're bumbling around with the damn things. So can't wait to see what they're doing with it, or what it actually connects to in the end.
Mr. Naruhodo,
Yes.
do you remember the first time we met?
Yeah, of course. On the SS Burdia, when I was dragged out from that wardrobe, still half asleep.
If I remember rightly, you threw me...
If I remember rightly, you threw me half across the cabin with the Sasato takedown.
You know very well what I'm talking about after that. It's strange, but being thrown together as we were in that case, I somehow felt straight away that you are the perfect person to continue Kazuma-sama's great legacy.
Mrs. Sato.
And my instincts were right. I really want to believe. No, I'm sure that... I'll be back soon. Farewell until then.
Somehow we seem to have come to the end of the adventures of Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Or the first volume, at least. Looking back now, it feels as though fate has led me on this journey. Fate led me to becoming a lawyer, to traveling halfway around the world, to meeting the great detective. I'm sure there'll be trials and tribulations ahead. Of course there will. But whatever happens, I know I'll be able to turn my fortunes around. After all, I have the greatest friends in the world on my side.
Ah, yes, Mr. Naruhodo. Yes, Mr. Sholmes? I have some rather awkward news. The railway company has decided to sue over the special express train, apparently. Huh? It's caused such a commotion on the line, all the other trains had to wait at stations. But really, we should never have made it to Dover in that time otherwise. Anyway, I explained everything and how it was all your fault. What? Huh? I believe a formal complaint should be delivered to your office tomorrow. But don't worry, my dear fellow. According to Mrs. Sato... You love defending yourself in court. Huh? Huh? No. What? Oh, come on. It's already... It's alright. I'm perfectly happy to testify. Against you? He really didn't look like the sort of man who would do something so outrageous. See?
Mr. Sholmes. Yes? A word, if you don't mind.
Why, certainly. Any word you like. Bellow it out, my dear fellow. Oh, yes, I love Bruno's words, and I know just the one he'll use here.
Objection. Then, I really must say...
Objection!
There you go. Okay. So, that was the first half of The Great Ace Attorney. This weekend, I will be continuing to stream more of Mega Man Battle Network 3. And then next week, I think I might take 1 week in between continuing this and getting to the second half. Because it's been a lot of reading the last bunch of days. So what I'm going to do is I think I'm going to do Mega Man over the weekend. And then next week I will either do a smaller game or something. I was also thinking about messing around with some Skyrim. And then before I come back to Ace Attorney after taking that little break. But it's not going to be something that I'm going to, it's not going to be a long break. It's just going to be a little short one so I can take a few days off while reading. Maybe I'll just finish Battle Network, even if it takes Monday and Tuesday, and then pick this back up again next Wednesday. We'll see what happens. But there's no way I'm not getting to the second half of this game. There's no way I'm not getting back to the second half of this game really quickly. Just need to, maybe do some other streams where I'm playing more and talking less. Although, if I do Skyrim the way I want to do it, I'm going to be talking a lot anyway, so it doesn't fucking matter. Anyway, thank you all for watching. This has been the first half of The Great Ace Attorney. I'll be back with the other half next week, or maybe a little bit later than that. But there definitely will be more to come. Thank you all for watching. It's been 4 hours. I'm hungry, and I got a fucking raid in an hour from now. So, oh shit. See you all tomorrow. Or, I guess Saturday. I won't be. Well, maybe tomorrow. Maybe tomorrow. Anyway, night, everybody. Exactly. You have that little bit of break to finish it so you don't get spoiled by me blasting through it. Once again, let me just turn this off. Yeah, we're skipping. I love your credits. Thank you, everybody, but I'm getting the fuck out of here. I'm hungry. More credits? No, 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 no. No more credits. There we go. It doesn't count until you get the fin screen.